The regular Louisville Metro Council meeting of December 12th, 2024 will please come to order. The time is currently 6:01 p.m. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. This meeting is being held pursuant to KRS 61.826 and Council Rule 5A. Madam Clerk, a roll call, please.
Councilmember Hawkins. Present. Councilmember Shanklin.
Present.
Councilmember Parrish-Wright.
Present.
Councilmember Arthur. Councilmember Purvis. Councilmember Baker.
Present.
Councilmember McCraney.
Here.
Councilmember Reno Weber.
Present.
Councilmember Owen.
Here.
Councilmember Mulvihill.
Here.
Councilmember Kramer.
Here.
Councilmember Blackwell.
Here.
Councilmember Syme.
Here.
Councilmember Fowler. Councilmember Chappell. Councilmember Reed. Council President Winkler.
Here.
Councilmember Parker. Councilmember Piagentini. Councilmember Benson.
Present.
Councilmember Rui.
Here.
Councilmember Engel.
Present.
Councilmember Hudson.
Here.
Councilmember Flood. Councilmember Batshon.
Here.
Councilmember Ackerson. Councilmember Purvis. And Councilmember Fowler. Mr. President, you have 23 and a quorum.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, please the record reflect that Councilman Ackerson is walking in, and then anybody who's not here will be joining us momentarily.
So noted.
Colleagues, as we begin the last meeting of the year, we're saddened by the loss of former TARC Director Barry Barker. Barry passed away on December 2nd at the age of 73. Barry led the Transit Authority of the River City as Executive Director for more than 20 years and was a national leader and advocate for public transit, particularly in the areas of accessibility and affordability. Over the course of his career, he received many awards for his leadership. Most notably, he was inducted into the Kentucky Transportation Hall of Fame in 2018 for his leadership and innovation in increasing access to public transportation for all of our residents. Please join me in a moment of silence to reflect on Barry's service to Louisville and to celebrate the impact of his work. Thank you. Councilman Rui, I believe you have a special guest this evening?
Yes, I do. Will, would you please stand? Thank you. So I would like to introduce our page for the evening. His name is Will Hicks. He's a fifth grader at Hawthorne Elementary. He enjoys watching football and UK basketball. Notice he already has his loyalties measured out. He's a member of his school's future problem-solving and cross-country teams. He loves to read, especially with his dog Scout. And I have to add, he's a fine friend of my dog Briscoe, who loves him very much. Have a seat, Will.
Thank you, Will. Will, we appreciate your service tonight. You picked a good meeting to come to. You're going to be here a while. And if you need a note of excuse for tomorrow morning for school, I think Councilman Rui might be able to arrange that, So
Yeah, we'll write you a note.
We're happy to have you. Councilwoman Parrish-Wright, I believe you have a special guest this evening.
Good evening, colleagues and audience. I am excited. Let me turn the mic on. It's on? Oh, great. I am excited about the one piece of legislation I was able to help champion with my colleagues and as well as all of you that is around the tireless action to liberty and justice and freedom for the people of Kentucky who have been wrongfully convicted. So I would like the people from the Kentucky Innocence Project, along with our 7 exonerees, to come up here so I can present you with a proclamation. Those names are Janetta Carr, Edwin Chandler, William Gregory, Carrie Porter, Paul Hurt, Michael Von Alman, and Keith West. You are so beautiful. Okay, come on up. Thank you. On this special evening, the Louisville Metro Council proclamation, to all whom these letters shall come, greetings. Know ye that Louisville Metro Legislative Council hereby presents this proclamation to the Kentucky Innocence Project and all of the honorees for their tireless action to liberty and justice for the people of Kentucky. Whereas the Kentucky Innocence Project works to prevent and reveal wrongful convictions, free innocent people, and help reintegrate them into their communities. Whereas Kentucky is one of only 13 states that do not offer compensation to wrongfully convicted people. Whereas according to the National Registry of Exonerations, 22 of the 3,582 individuals exonerated since 1989 were in the state of Kentucky, with 7 cases in Jefferson County, including exonerees Jonetta Carr, Edwin Chandler, William Gregory, Carrie Porter, Paul Hurt, Michael Von Alman, and Keith West. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Louisville Metro Council hereby confers and pays tribute by way of this proclamation with all the rights and privileges and responsibilities thereunto appertaining to the Kentucky Innocence Project and testimony we have caused these letters to be made and the seal of the Metro government to be affixed. Let's give them a round of applause. And colleagues, feel free to join us with a picture, especially Councilman Dan Syme, who helped champion this through as well. That's okay. We'll just go with who we have. All right.
She'll be accepting the one on behalf of the Innocence Project. Do you want me to take a picture? Yes, sir.
Ready? 1, 2, 3.
Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Councilman Syme, I believe you have a special guest.
Thank you, Mr. President, for giving me this opportunity to recognize 2 special people in my life right now for some circumstances that I had no control over, but they were there to help. This department helped save my life May 7th. I left the mayor in a meeting and had a bad wreck and was paralyzed, and this department come and basically saved my life. So I owe them a debt of gratitude that I'll probably never be able to repay, but I'm here to help them any way I can. Got a couple special occasions. Chief Josh Underwood is going to be retiring after 25 years of service, and we'd like to give you a special proclamation. This proclamation, I'll read it to you. Chief Josh Underwood, whereas Chief Josh Underwood has dedicated 25 years of exemplary service to the Fairdale Fire Department, providing steadfast leadership, courage, and commitment to the safety and well-being of the community. And whereas during his tenure, Chief Underwood has guided the department through times of growth and change, strengthening its capabilities and upholding the highest standards of public service. And whereas his leadership has led an indelible mark on the Fairdale Fire Department, earning the respect and admiration of his colleagues, firefighters, and the community alike. And whereas, as he prepares to retire on January 1, 2025, Chief Underwood's legacy will continue to inspire those who serve in the department and those who benefit from its protection. We hereby confer this honor with all rights, privileges, and responsibilities thereunto the pertaining. In witness thereof, we have caused these letters to be made and the seal of Louisville Metro government to be hereto affixed. Thank you, Chief, for your service, sir. I also have a special opportunity to introduce the first female fire chief in Jefferson County, Carrie Blevins. And I'll read a couple whereases. Whereas Interim Chief Carrie Blevins has served the Fairdale Fire Department with distinctions since joining as a volunteer in 2004 and becoming a full-time firefighter in 2005, rising through the ranks to her current role as Interim Chief. And whereas her dedication, leadership, and contributions, including the creation of the Junior Firefighter Program in partnership with Fairdale High School, have strengthened the department and inspired future firefighters. And whereas on January 1, 2025, Chief Blevins will make history as the first female suburban fire chief in Jefferson County, making a significant milestone for both the department and community. And whereas Chief Blevins has outlined a bold vision for the department's future, including establishing an EMS service, enhancing staff support through screenings and mental health services, and improving facilities for her team's well-being. And whereas the Metro Council wishes to express its profound gratitude and commendation to Chief Blevins for her extraordinary leadership, heroism, and dedication to public safety. Chief, thank you. Congratulations.
All right. 1, 2, 3.
Madam Clerk, please reflect the record that the President Pro Tem is in the chair.
So noted.
President Winkler.
Thank you, Madam President Pro Tem. Colleagues, thank you again for participating with me to host the Metro Council Food Drive for the Association of Community Ministries. In 3 weeks, thanks to your help and donations from all over Louisville, we were able to collect 1,166. It was 62, but Councilwoman Chappell tried to push it over the top and brought in a few more items. Almost 1,200 food donations. As we recognized last meeting, Kroger donated $5,000 to the ministries. We have over 100 hygiene products, 3 bags of clothes, and believe it or not, over 4,000 children's books, all donated to those in need. I'm grateful to each of you and the amazing Louisvillians that took their time and money to donate to help those in need this holiday season. And as you may know, we partner with the Association of Community Ministries to ensure these donations are appropriately used. Lynette Lowe, who's the executive director of the Central Louisville Community Ministries, is here to accept these donations, and I'd like to turn the mic over to her to say a few words about your organization. Thank you, Lynette.
Thank you, President, and thank you, Metro Council. I appreciate so much all that you do in partnership with the Association of Community Ministries. I am Lynette Lau. I'm the Executive Director at Central Louisville Community Ministries, but I'm also currently the President of the association. We're so grateful for this second annual holiday food drive that you have put on for the association, and we're just amazed at the way that that has expanded beyond food to include many other things that folks need. And I'm super excited about the donation of all the children's books. I think that's a wonderful addition to this, and I'm really grateful to be able to offer those to the 13 community ministries that make up the association. Thank you all so much. You are making other Louisvillians' holidays happier, and we appreciate that.
Councilman Arthur, could you join me up here? Colleagues, now we come to the bittersweet part of the meeting. So I'd like to start by recognizing Councilman Arthur. It's a sad day here at Metro Council. It's a night that we're going to say goodbye to 7 of our members. And, these are outstanding members of our community that have contributed of their time and talents in various ways and for various amounts of time. And we're grateful for their service, and I hope we can spend a few minutes recognizing them. So you'll see some pictures of each of them and their accomplishments while they were here. For some of them, those pictures are going to look a lot younger in some of those pictures. So, to all whom these letters shall come, greetings. Know ye that the Louisville Metro Council, in spirit of deep gratitude for his service to Louisville, honors Councilman Ja'Cory Arthur. Whereas he was elected in 2020 as the youngest city legislator in history, and whereas he represented District 4 neighborhoods of Butchertown, California, Clifton Heights, Downtown, Old Louisville, Parkland, Phoenix Hill, Portland, Russell, and Smoketown, and whereas he funded youth, arts, financial assistance, financial literacy, food violence prevention, domestic violence, mental health, and mentoring programs, and whereas he funded public amenities, including the Western Library, Main Library, Parkland Library, California Community Center, the Baxter Community Center, Walnut Park, Ballard Park, Waterfront Park, and Alberta O. Jones Park. And whereas he funded shelter renovations, emergency shelter, and affordable housing, and he funded infrastructure, including repaving for streets and alleys, sidewalk repairs, speed humps, lights, trash cans, and trees. He funded annual district events, including California Day, Victory Park Day, Fred Stoner Day, and more. And whereas he sponsored legislation to create a proactive rental registry inspection program, and he sponsored legislation to protect neighborhoods from concentrations of short-term rentals, he also sponsored legislation requiring government departments to have language access policies. And whereas he sponsored legislation to use community benefits agreements for government-supported development projects, and he supported legislation to support a federal reparations program for descendants of slavery, and whereas he sponsored legislation to approve funding of a community grocery store, whereas he sponsored legislation requiring city government and vendors to accept job applications from people who are unhoused, and whereas he sponsored the country's first anti-displacement law that assesses government support for developments for displacement risk, and whereas we celebrate the Honorable Councilman Ja'Cory Arthur and believe that he will continue to serve Louisville with the same leadership and integrity. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Louisville Metro Council, we hereby confer and pay tribute by way of this proclamation with all of the rights, privileges, and responsibilities thereunto appertaining. In testimony, we have caused these letters to be made and the seal of Metro government to be hereunto affixed, done in Louisville Metro City Hall with the Commonwealth of Kentucky this 12th day of December 2024, signed by the full Metro Council. So. So, Councilman, we've got the proclamation for you. You've got a couple other gifts as well. Okay, so we'll help you carry these back. But I do just want to say, you know, and one, I mean, reading through this list, this would be an incredible list of accomplishments for somebody serving here for 20 years, let alone somebody who's been here for 4 years. And, you know, I would be remiss if I didn't say publicly what I tell you privately, which is, you know, I have such an incredible amount of respect for you. You are one of the smartest, hardest working, most passionate people that I have ever met. And, you know, we are worse off for not having you. But I know that you're going to continue to do great things in this city, and I can't wait to see what you do next, and hope that I can help you any way that I can. And really wish you and your family all the best. You know, our loss is probably their gain in terms of some more time that you might have. But thank you so much for your service. Okay, I'm going to turn the mic over to you.
I'd just like to say thank God. Thank my family, my constituents, my students, every partner organization that we had. I joined Metro Council with the belief that we have the power to make radical change in people's lives. I leave with that same belief and hope that everyone in this room agrees. But if you ever forget, I'll be here with my friends to remind you. Thank you.
And Councilman, I know we've got a lot of people that are going to want to say something. I think what we're going to do is maybe hold all of the comments towards the end, and then we can just sort of go through and go down the list, and we can speak about all 7 people, and you know, you can direct comments individually. So thank you, Councilman Arthur. Councilman Baker, can you join me up here? Colleagues, to all whom these letters shall come, greetings. Know ye that the Louisville Metro Council, in the spirit of deep gratitude for his service, hereby honors Councilman Philip Baker. Whereas he was appointed by the Louisville Metro Council to serve District 6 on February 2nd, 2023, and elected by his constituents on November 7th, 2023, representing Old Louisville, Park Hill, Limerick, Algonquin, Shelby Park, Paristown Point, Taylorberry, Germantown, Merriweather, the University in Fort Hill. And whereas he served as the Labor and Economic Development and Appropriations Chair in 2024, and whereas he served as a member of the Planning and Zoning Committee, Parks and Sustainability Committee, and Democratic Caucus in 23 and 24, and whereas he served on various boards and commissions, including the Efficient and Effective School District Governance Task Force, Opioid Settlement Advisory Board, Louisville Downtown Management District Board of Directors, Louisville Labor Management Committee, One West Board of Directors, Kentucky Derby Festival Board, Phi Beta Sigma, and whereas he provided vital government resources, tirelessly working to advocate for his constituents and to ensure District 6 neighborhoods are safe, clean, vibrant, and we celebrate the Honorable Councilman Philip Baker and believe that he will continue to serve Louisville with the same leadership and integrity. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Louisville Metro Council will hereby confer and pay tribute by way of this proclamation with all the rights, privileges, and responsibilities thereunto appertaining. In testimony, we have caused these letters to be made and the seal of Metro government to be hereunto affixed, done in Louisville Metro Council, City Hall, with the Commonwealth of Kentucky, this 12th day of December, 2024, signed by the full Metro Council. Councilman Baker. Councilman, similarly, I will say about you, and I know we tried to mix these up a little, so we didn't list everything, but you have been a tireless advocate here for your short time on council. Again, have accomplished an incredible much, and, you know, we'd be remiss if we didn't also recognize your service to the community in your other role through JCPS. And so I think you have lived a life of service, and you're a great friend, an excellent colleague, and just an outstanding citizen to this city. And just like Councilman Arthur, we're lucky to have you in this city. Look forward to great things and working with you in some other capacity in the future. And I'm proud to call you a friend. So thank you, Councilman Baker. And I'll turn the mic over to you.
I'm not going to be long, but I just want to thank each and every one of you all. Every day, The road hasn't been easy, but all you all gave me a nugget to continue to move on. I want to give the same to you as I leave. Take this as a booster shot that our community needs us, our districts needs us, and we have to come together. No matter what party you are, no matter who you are, male, female, one eye, two eye, one leg, two leg. All right? Know that we are all Louisvillians and continue to do, your special superpowers and come together and make our city better. But love each and every one of you all. And I don't use love loosely. I love each and every one of you all. Each one of us have our own relationship. Thank you. Thank you to every staff member. Thank you to my family. Thank you to God. And thank you for the people who do things seen and unseen. And if I didn't say your name or didn't recognize you, charge it to my heart and not my head. Or charge it to my head and not my heart. Look, I was just making sure y'all still awake. But thank you all. And thank you, community. Every day you gave me my reason why. And so, love you all, and Baker out.
Councilman Mulvihill, can you join me down here? Councilman, we've got this for you as well. So, colleagues, to all whom these letters shall come, greetings. Know ye that the Louisville Metro Council, in spirit of deep gratitude for his service to Louisville, honors Councilman Pat Mulvihill. Whereas he was first elected on November 3rd, 2015, and re-elected in 2016 and 2020, representing District 10 communities of Petersburg, Bushel, West Bushel, Bashford Manor, Watterson Park, Audubon Ridge, Camp Taylor, Fincastle, Nightingale, Audubon Park, North Audubon, Parkway Village, George Rogers Clark Park, Avondale, Melbourne Heights, Breckenridge Orchard, Chevy Chase, Hawthorne Hill, Kensington, Klondike, Oak Hill, and Glen Afton. And whereas he served as a Democratic Caucus Chair and President Pro Tem of the Louisville Metro Council in 2019, whereas he served as the Chair of the Labor and Economic Development Committee in 2023, whereas he served as the Chair of the Public Works, Facilities, Transportation, and Accessibility Committee in 2018, and whereas he served as the Chair of the Government Accountability, Ethics, and Intergovernmental Affairs Committee in 2017, and whereas he served as the Chair of the Intergovernmental Affairs and Annexation Committee in 2016, and whereas he served annually on the Louisville Zoo Foundation Board and the Louisville Policemen's Retirement Fund Board of Trustees, and whereas throughout his tenure he has been an essential voice sponsoring, enacting, and supporting the Itinerant Vendors Ordinance, Pedestrian Safety Ordinance, Illegal Firearms Discharge Ordinance, and whereas he was integral in supporting and funding the Norton Pool replacement in Camp Zachary Taylor Memorial Park, Naturalization Monument and Memorial Plaque in Camp Zachary Taylor Memorial Park, preservation of the Camp Zachary Taylor Motor Pool's architectural components for future World War I museum, Beargrass Creek walking path and pedestrian bridge, sidewalk connectivity on 6 Mile Lane, Pindell Avenue, Clark's Lane, Newburgh Road, pickleball courts in George Rogers Clark Park, landscape traffic islands at Goss Avenue and Eastern Parkway. And whereas over his 9 years of service to District 10, he has helped countless constituents and sponsored annual events such as the Germantown Blues Festival, Schnitzelberg Walks, George Rogers Clark Park, Mulberry Hill Fall Festival, Easter Egg Hunt, Breakfast with Santa, Band in the Park, Louisville Zoo, Annual Boo at the Zoo, Camp Zachary Taylor's Neighborhood Ice Cream Social, St. Joseph's Home for the Aging Annual Turtle Derby and Flag Day events, Shakespeare in the Park, and whereas we celebrate the Honorable Councilman Pat Mulvihill and believe that he will continue to serve Louisville with the same leadership and integrity, now therefore be it resolved that the Louisville Metro Council, we hereby confer and pay tribute by way of this proclamation with all the rights, privileges, and responsibilities thereunto appertaining. In testimony, we have caused these letters to be made and the seal of Metro government to be thereunto affixed, done in Louisville Metro City Hall within the Commonwealth of Kentucky, this 12th day of December, 2024, signed by the full Metro Council. And Councilman Mulvihill, you also have been a tireless servant to this community, and really the city owes you and your entire family a debt of gratitude for your lifetime of service to all of us. And I am grateful for your leadership and mentorship of me personally. When I first came on council, I appreciate your friendship and the passion by which you advocate for the things that you believe in. So I think that, that passion will be deeply missed, but I'm confident you will take it on to the next endeavors and serve equally there. And, we certainly will miss having you, but wish you and your family the best of luck in your next endeavor.
Thank you.
Oh, it's on. Based on that, Rick, you're going to need like 3 of these, I think. You've been here 22 years. Same with you, Robin and Madonna. They read, well, if you read everything they've done, we'll be here all night. So it's an honor to have been here. I stepped up here and I just happened to look up there. I didn't see the photos, but I'm here most likely because of one lady in a photo that I was with. It was my mother. She was a public servant, and I was a young kid, 5 years old, used to comb these halls. And I never knew one day that I would get to come and serve, but I learned who I consider from the best as a public servant was my mother. And so it's with these 10 years, you've mentioned passion. We're Irish, of course we're passionate. So got that to come by that honestly. And come that with my mother and my father. But it is, you can't do this alone, this job. Really any jobs, but you can't do this one alone. My legislative aide's here, Jeff Wool. He's been my partner from day one. I always say it's closer to 10 years, Marcus. It feels like 10 years. My hair's gotten a lot grayer than this since I started. I looked at some of those photos. But everybody knows your legislative aide and your team you have in your office, they're essential. And then once you get past that, I look at my friends who I come in here and I'm like, where's the mints? Because I have to have those wintergreen mints. And for 10 years, nearly 10 years, Sonia and her team have been great about making sure that we have those mints. And if you want one, they're in there if you need one. But I want to thank you all. You all make it very easy, especially, when you're home even having to hit the buttons and are confused. You all make it. Thank you. I also want to thank the caucus staff. I want to thank Kyle and Aaron. They were great. And I have to thank my friend, who's not my caucus staff, but we worked together back in 2000, Steve Haig. We have merged government, and we worked together to make sure this came to fruition. I know Robin, Madonna, Rick, Kevin can remember. I met you on election night and thanked you, and I gave you a nice big binder of blue books and said, hey, good luck with this, guys. You all, in 5 years, we got to pare this down. You managed to do that, so good job. And lastly, I have to say, none of this is possible. We're the pipeline. You get the call, but you have to call your partners in the executive department. So I want to thank Mayor Fisher and certainly Mayor Greenberg's staff. When we've called, they've been helpful. They answer the call. So with all that, I want to say thank you. I appreciate each and every one of you. Some of you I've served with in many capacities, different capacities, long before I got to serve here. But it's been a joy being here. Best of luck. This is a tough job, but you're up to it. We are all the new folks that are going to be here. And I wish you well, and thank you. And lastly, I forgot, probably the most important people to thank are my family. I saw pictures of them. You saw them as young folks. They're not young anymore. They eat a lot more and cost a lot more. So, but I have to thank them because they put up with all the nights you're gone and the inconveniences when you're out to dinner, as many of you all know. But I want to lastly thank them, and thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Councilman Blackwell, can you join me down here? Yours is longer. The font is really small. That's right. It's 6-point font. That's right. So, colleagues, to all whom these letters shall come greetings, know ye that the Louisville Metro Council, in spirit and deep gratitude for his service to Louisville, honors Councilman Rick Blackwell. Whereas he is a founding member of the Louisville Metro Council, first elected in 2002, and then re-elected in 2004, 2008, 2012, 2016, and 2020, representing District 12 neighborhoods in Pleasure Ridge Park, Riverport, and Valley Station, And whereas he served as president of the Metro Council in 2007, and whereas he served as Democratic Caucus Chair in 2008, Vice Chair in 2003, and whereas he served as Appropriations Chair in 2003, 2014 through 23, Vice Chair in 2009 and 2010, and whereas he served as the Budget Chair in 2003, 2006, 2023, and 2024, and whereas he served as the Chair of the Appointments in 2012 and 2013, Ad hoc Redistricting in 2011, Community Affairs in 2005, and Vice Chair of Parks, Libraries, and Zoo in 2011, served annually on the Firefighters Pension Fund Board of Trustees and the Louisville Metro Revenue Commission in 2024. And whereas, throughout his tenure, he has been an essential voice sponsoring and acting and supporting the Rental Registry Ordinance, Sunday Alcohol Sales Ordinance, Kids Meal Ordinance, Dixie Highway Corridor Master Plan, U.S. Department of Transportation Tiger Grant, the $50 million New Dixie Highway Project, Colonial Gardens Public-Private Partnership, and whereas he has invested millions in renovating the Greenwood Boat Docks into Riverview Park, featuring a splash pad and spray ground, 2 pavilions, enhanced playground, picnic tables, Metro Watch security cameras, pickleball courts, and since 2012 has hosted the annual Riverview Independence Festival with live music and a spectacular fireworks display. And whereas we celebrate the Honorable Councilman Rick Blackwell and believe that he will continue to serve Louisville with the same leadership and integrity. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Louisville Metro Council, we hereby confer and pay tribute by way of this proclamation with all of the rights, privileges, and responsibilities thereunto appertaining. In testimony, we have caused these letters to be made and the seal of the Metro government to be hereunto affixed, done in Louisville Metro City Hall within the Commonwealth of Kentucky this 12th day of December 2024, signed by the full Metro Council. Councilman Blackwell, thank you so much. Rick, I'll just start by saying that, I think when you go around the community and you say the name Rick Blackwell, there's not a single person that has something negative to say about you. Okay, maybe Sherry, but but you are incredibly respected across this entire community for your years of service, your dedication to young people through your other career, and have just been an outstanding public servant. With an outstanding disposition, a great partner and colleague, and a great friend. And I'm grateful for the 6 years that I've gotten to work with you, and look forward to knowing you and working with you for many more years in some other capacity. So thank you for your service to our city, and you certainly will be missed here.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So lots of things I've served. One thing you know about me is I don't say no very well, obviously. I do want to, like the other colleagues said, I want to thank those folks around us. I want to thank our staff, all of our staff members who make our lives easier and make our work more effective. There's Beth in the back. I have been particularly blessed with my legislative aides, 3 of which are with me tonight, Heather, Liz, and Marianne. I'm blessed to have a family who has supported me through all of this. So my wife Sherry is here, Ryan and his wife Brooke, and Granny Pat. I appreciate all of their support. And all the ways that you guys know, all the ways that their lives get impacted, from not being at home to having dinners interrupted, to short trips to the grocery store taking 45 minutes. You know all those. So when I started, a long while ago, 22 years ago when I started, I didn't, at the time, in my 40s, and I thought, there's no way I'll be around here. When I looked at some of the other elder statesmen that we had at the time, I'm like, I'm not going to be around here forever. I had no intention of really being here 22 years. Actually, I intended to be here 26 years, but however, some didn't get that memo. Seriously, I did. I love to work here. And similar to a good day at work, when you're at work and things are going well and you look up and it's already 6 o'clock, that's kind of how it did with this. You know, you look up and it's been 22 years. So my philosophy has always been, and I've said it often, is I had a good life before I came to the council. I'll have a good life when I leave the council.
That's right.
So
That's right.
now I get to live that philosophy, and I look forward to doing just that. Thank you all for everything you did for me.
I like Rick.
Councilman Fowler, could you join me? To all whom these letters shall come, greetings. Know ye that the Louisville Metro Council, in spirit of deep gratitude for her service to Louisville, honors Councilwoman Cindy Fowler. Whereas she was elected in 2012 and re-elected in 2016 and 2020, representing District 14 neighborhoods in Valley Station, Pleasure Ridge Park, and Cosmosdale, and whereas she served as vice chair of the Democratic Caucus in 2023, and whereas she served as chair of Parks and Sustainability in 2015 through 2022 and 2024, chair of Government Oversight and Audit Appointments in 2023, and whereas she served as the co-chair of Animal Services in 2014, 15, and 16, vice chair of Appointments in 2014, and Community Affairs in 2013. And whereas she served as the chair of the Large City Council for the National League of Cities and served on the Federal Relations Committee of the Kentucky League of Cities. And whereas she served as a member of the Southwest Community Ministries Board, Mattingly Edge Board, Dixie Area Business Association, Riverport Business Association, and Valley Women's Club. And whereas throughout her tenure, she has been an essential voice, sponsoring and acting and supporting Sadie's Law, Union Safety Ordinance, Metro Golf Course Ordinance, Sun Valley Pool Investments, the $50 million new Dixie Highway Project, Catalytic Converter Ordinance, American Rescue Plan funding for parks, saved Historic Cherokee Golf Course from closure, the U of L Mary and Elizabeth Hospital funding for women's health and birthing services in Southwest Louisville, Veterans Village funding to build and provide wraparound services in Southwest Louisville, Watson Lane Elementary School project to convert the former school into senior housing and a community center, and whereas we celebrate the Honorable Councilwoman Cindy Fowler and believe that she will continue to serve Louisville with the same leadership and integrity. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Louisville Metro Council, we hereby confer and pay tribute by way of this proclamation with all the rights, privileges, and responsibilities thereunto appertaining, in testimony we have caused these letters to be made, and the seal of Metro government to be hereunto affixed. Done in Louisville Metro City Hall within the Commonwealth of Kentucky this 12th day of December, 2024, signed by the full Metro Council. Cindy, I'm going to try not to get choked up, okay? But I just want to thank you for your friendship over the last 6 years, both to me and, you know, I know, and I'm embarrassed to tell you, that for my two girls, their favorite council person is Cindy Fowler. So that's including me, right? They skip me for Cindy, and I think they're obviously very, very astute because Cindy's my favorite council person too. No, you really have been just outstanding to me and like I said, to my girls and are a role model for them. You know, from the first time that we met for lunch and Emma was there with us, and I think that your advocacy for the folks that you represent, you know, is hard to argue with, right? I mean, you will find few people that are more passionate and hardworking, and you've been just such a great advocate for the Southwest and have accomplished so much. And we'll deeply miss you, but look forward to seeing all of the great things that you'll do in the next chapter of your life. So thank you, Cindy.
Appreciate it.
So it has been 12 years, and when I first came to Metro Hall, or Metro City Hall, it was like, pinch me, this can't be real. And it was, and I have just been honored to serve the people of District 14 and all of the city of Louisville. As a public servant, not a politician. I always hated politics, and that's the part I still hate about this job. But it's been an honor, and I couldn't have done it without those that Cindy Thieneman and Amy and my other LAs over the years. I've had a lot of good people to help me through this. So I look forward to finding another avenue for my energies, but I'm going to take as long as I need just to chill, because it is a lot of work. And those of you that are just coming in, you have no idea. But thank you. It's been an honor. And thank you, Sonia. Thank Edwin. Thank Cheryl and Justin and Amy and just everybody that has been there. And I wanted to thank those that worked so hard to get me out of here, because I'm ready. Thank you.
Councilman Engel, can you join me down here? To all whom these letters shall come, greetings. Know ye that the Louisville Metro Council, in spirit of deep gratitude for his service to Louisville, honors Councilman Robin Engel. Whereas he is a founding member of the Louisville Metro Council, first elected in 2002 and re-elected in 2004, 2008, 2012, 2016, and 2020, representing Fern Creek and Jeffersontown. And whereas he served as a Republican caucus chair in 2006, 7, and 17, and whereas he served as the chair of Public Works in 2005 and 11, vice chair in 2004, 2006, 2010, 2013, 2018, 2020, 2021, and 2023. And whereas he served as the chair of the Appropriations Committee in 2009, 10, and 12, vice chair in 2011, 2014 through 2017, and 2024. And whereas he served as the chair of contracts in 2013, appointments in 2014, Parks, Libraries, Zoo, and Arts in 2008, vice chair of labor and economic development in 2022 and 2024, government oversight and audit in 2019, and 8664 in 2007 and 2008. And whereas he was integral in supporting the funding of hundreds of millions in retail and business investments into the Fern Creek area, $127 million investment into the Fern Creek Park, Charlie Vettner Park, and the creation of Broad Run Park, over $2 million in support for the Fern Creek Highview United Ministries, $15 million in funding for the new Fern Creek Library, $60 million in funding for the Fern Valley Road and Hurstbourne Parkway extension in 2005, MSD sewer and drainage improvements in 2007, Bardstown Road expansion in 2011, and led efforts in Frankfurt for the construction of the KFC Yum Center. And whereas he sponsored legislation creating Checkbook Louisville, ushering a new era of increased transparency, served on the Fern Creek Highview United Ministries Task Force Committee for its $500,000 capital building program in 2008-2009, and whereas he served as a staunch advocate for the Miracle League of Louisville to remove barriers for children with mental and physical disabilities to experience the joy of baseball. And whereas we celebrate the Honorable Councilman Robin Engel and believe that he will continue to serve Louisville with the same leadership and integrity. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Louisville Metro Council, we hereby confer and pay tribute by way of this proclamation with all of the rights, privileges, and responsibilities thereunto appertaining. In testimony, we have caused these letters to be made and the seal of Metro government to be hereunto affixed, done in Louisville Metro City Hall within the Commonwealth of Kentucky, this 12th day of December, 2024, signed by the full Metro Council. Thank you, Councilman Engel.
I'm going to say something to Tony. So if you could back up, just keep backing up on the space. I'm going to come over to Tony.
I wanted to say something about you first.
Oh, yeah. Good, I'm glad you got that in.
I think we already gave you the thing, right? Okay, yes. So Yeah, Councilman, and one thing that we would be remiss if we did not mention is your advocacy for junior achievement as well, right? I think your advocacy for kids in our community, for those less fortunate, is really legendary. There was an excellent piece in the paper this week really celebrating a lot of the wins that you've brought to our community. I'm grateful for your friendship and partnership over the last 6 years. You know, I wrote you a little note, and as I said in there, you know, you don't often speak, but when you do, I mean, it's with authority and with great passion. And I really appreciate your partnership and all of the advocacy that you do for our community and all the service that you've provided to the folks of your district and to Louisville as a whole. And you will be greatly missed, but I'm sure that you've got lots of other great things that you'll be doing, and we look forward to partnering with you and seeing those things come to fruition. So thank you, and good luck to you.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I'd be remiss to not say that you've been an outstanding leader for this body, steady leadership through some tough times, and I appreciate it, and I know we all do. So thank you very much for your service. My parting comments are really about the American dream. And have you ever gone up to somebody and embraced them and said, "How you doing?"
Man, I'm living the dream, brother.
Did you hear that? Did you hear that? I mean, by the raising of your hand, have you ever heard anybody say that to you when you said, "How you doing?" Anybody? Have you ever thought about what they mean by that? Well, colleagues, for the 1/3 of my life, I've been living the dream, and you've been part of it. Not all of you in this room today, because, I mean, I like that picture a lot better than today. But you have been, because you are our city council. So what is the American dream? What does that mean? Well, for me, my journey began in the state of Wisconsin, where my parents, one income, sent us to Catholic schools. The sacrifice. Sound familiar from a few folks around here, this community? And once I got to high school, they couldn't afford to send me to college, so guess what? I had to go to work. And I worked full-time in a paper mill, paying union dues. I was part of the union, folks. I know you may not agree with that, okay? You may not be applauding like that fine gentleman. But I earned some good money during my summers, getting ready to graduate from college in 1986. I secured my first job out of college in Wisconsin and moved and was asked to come to a city called Louisville. Louisville. The only thing I knew about Louisville is Denny Crum and the Kentucky Derby. That's all I literally thought about, folks. But I'm a believer that things happen for a reason, and the good Lord is my partner in this dream. How else can you figure that I show up in this town on Labor Day weekend, 1986, and I am driving around looking for a haircut because I had to start my job after Labor Day. And I landed in a beauty salon off of Bardstown Road in the Eastland Shopping Center, and a great lady cut my hair. That lady turned out to be my mother-in-law. How does that happen, folks? It gets better. Right on her wall, 3 girls, 3 daughters. Glad there wasn't a son, but there was 3 daughters. I figured this out after a little while, asking a couple questions. The oldest was taken, the youngest was too young, so the middle was sort of, nice. I wanted to get to know her. So she just happened to be a waitress up the street at the Hungry Pelican restaurant. And I showed up there, and 35 years later, my beautiful wife is with us tonight, folks. We have built a couple of houses twice, and we have 4 healthy children, 4 grandchildren. Folks, I'm living the dream. And 3 of the kids are here tonight. One is working probably unloading packages by UPS that are going to be delivered to each one of your house. So that's why he's not here. Folks, in 2002, I was driven to pursue a place on the Louisville Metro Council. And I won a Republican primary by 67 votes against a guy that bought ink by the barrel. If you know that expression, he printed a newspaper. And then a few hundred votes in the primary. My dream is now complete down here. And I'm prepared to move on. And I say goodbye to you, my friends. And in turn, I'm looking forward to seeing where the good Lord will take me. My wish for you and for myself, continued, is to do our part to help others achieve the American dream wherever possible. Just like Bo Baker at Fern Creek High School, who's in the Ivy program, that on his free time after he teaches kids all day, he seeks out college scholarships for kids that would have no chance, no financial chance to go to college. And he has achieved big things. How about Councilman Arthur? I have to believe that his tireless efforts for those looking for shelter, and perhaps several probably have achieved shelter and things like that, they're leaving the dream thanks to Councilman Arthur. How about Councilman Benson? I mean, if you have not been talked into welding by Councilman Benson by now, folks, you got another 4 years coming up with him. And church, right? I'm ready to conclude. Together, my friends, let's always agree the American dream is alive and well. Love of God and country is essential to this mission. Thank you all, and God bless.
Councilman Flood, could you join me? To all whom these letters shall come greetings, know ye that the Louisville Metro Council, in the spirit of deep gratitude for her service to Louisville, honors Councilwoman Madonna Flood. Whereas she is a founding member of the Metro Council, first elected in 2002 and re-elected in 2004, 2008, 2012, 2016, and 2020. And whereas she represented District 24 communities of Okolona, Highview, and Fern Creek, including Indian Falls, St. Rita, Filson Fields, Whispering Hills, Southern Acres, Treasure Island, Silver Heights, Bridlewood, Stone Bluff, Quail Run, Shallow Creek, and Cinderella Estates. And whereas she served as the Democratic Caucus Chair in 2010, 2011, and 2012. And whereas she served as the Chair of the Planning Zoning Committee in 2005, 2006, and 2013 to 2024, helping guide the Council on all land use cases. And she served as the Chair of the Budget Committee in 2007, Chair of Public Safety Committee in 2003 and 2009. And throughout her tenure, she has been an essential voice sponsoring, enacting, and supporting 200 years of Louisville, Jefferson County laws upon merged government, the Fairness Ordinance, Smoking Ban Ordinance, Adult Entertainment Ordinance, Land Development Code reforms. And whereas she was integral in funding the construction of the South Central Regional Library, and over her 21 years of service in District 24, she has helped countless constituents, invested in infrastructure, and worked with MSD to solve widespread drainage issues in Okolona. And whereas we celebrate the Honorable Councilwoman Madonna Flood and believe that she will continue to serve Louisville with the same leadership and integrity. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Louisville Metro Council, we hereby confer and pay tribute by way of this proclamation with all the rights, privileges, and responsibilities thereunto appertaining. In testimony, we have caused these letters to be made and the seal of Metro government to be hereunto affixed, done in Louisville Metro City Hall within the Commonwealth of Kentucky this 12th day of December 2024, signed by the full Metro Council. So, Councilman Flood, I again want to start by just thanking you for your guidance, your friendship, your counsel over the last 6 years. You know, I am going to miss you. You never end a phone conversation with me. Do you know what you always say? Sorry to bother. All right, every single call. And Madonna, you are never a bother. It has been a pleasure to work with you over this 6 years. Your knowledge and service to our community is unparalleled. I don't know where we would be without you in terms of land use, and I think we may need to, call a friend next year, when we've got questions. So please don't change your phone number, okay? But in all seriousness, you've been an outstanding and tireless advocate for the folks that you represent. We appreciate you dedicating so much of your life to the city of Louisville and serving our community, and you will be truly missed here. So thank you.
Thank you. Well, I had a speech and I tore it up because I knew I would ugly cry. And I promised myself, and especially my grandsons, I wouldn't ugly cry up here. So as Pat Mulvihill alluded to when we talked about the big binder that Irv Mays and his entourage of attorneys gave us that first night, I thought, what have I got myself into? We've got 5 years to do this. But you know what? It set the groundwork for legislation and to start a new government. All of us who've been here this long, Kevin Kramer, Rick Blackwell, Robin Ingalls, Stewart, all of you, if you just think about it, we put in motion what we're living today, merger. And Dr. Shanklin, of course, Dr. Shanklin, she told my brother she was my sister, and he looked at her and said, "Oh, I didn't know I had another sister." But anyway, but I want to thank the staff, the clerks, from the clerk's office to Beth Stenberg and LaTanya, who have kept me straight on financial issues, even to the janitors who help keep my office clean, because sometimes it's a mess. It is right now, too. And I want to thank the good people of the whole city of Louisville, because even though we represent our districts, what we do affects every person that lives in this city. So I could pass on anything to you, especially the new people, is to remember to think globally, because it does affect every single person here. I also want to thank my family who is behind me, my husband for 26 glorious years, John Flood, my son Brandon and his lovely wife Stacy, my grandsons Christian and Oliver, and of course my newest 3.5-year-old granddaughter Sailor, because it does come with sacrifices, and it's sacrifices of time that you want to spend with your family. It's the ball games that you miss, it's the concerts that you miss. But now I will not have an excuse to miss anything. So I'm going to close because I know everybody's getting tired of listening to all of us talk. But I want to thank you. It's been a pleasure serving with each and every one of you. I have learned something from each and every one of you, and I will take that and cherish that the rest of my life. Thank you.
So, Madam President Pro Tem, colleagues, if you would indulge me, what I'd love to do is maybe have us take a picture with everybody, then allow those outgoing members to take a picture with their family, and then go around and anybody who would like to make comments. Would that work for everybody? So if we could all sort of come down to the well, take a picture together, and then cycle through the respective families.
Opposed? While you don't.
All right, I need to see everyone's faces. All right, here we go. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Wait, hold that pose. All right, we good? You got it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just families right now.
Yeah.
There's too many of us. Right here, right here. Gina. Take a picture. We're gonna try to get all our guys in here. Thank you very much. Come on in. Can we put Sarge in the back? Thank you very much. Good to see you guys. Appreciate it. Stand back here in the back. We're at the podium.
Yeah, Mike's hot. It's definitely green. Yeah, always.
I'm not leaving. I'm going to say something to your wife.
Hey,
I was
this is
going to say.
on.
Sugary. All right. Yeah, I got you. Let me get your family. Yeah.
You want these pictures in the picture? Or not?
Oh, okay. All right, you ready? 1, 2, 3. Got it. I drove it, okay?
You want me to hold those? You actually want to?
Yeah, I heard you. can you, because people want to say something to them, so we need everybody. All right, colleagues, if we could settle back in, please. If we could settle back in, please. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. So, thank you, everybody. So, colleagues, I know there's lots of people in queue, so I think I'll just go down District 1, District 2. If you've got something to say to any of the departing members, please feel free. You're going to be number 3. So we will start with Councilwoman Hawkins and then just work our way through the list.
Can I
please.
just say a snippet about a couple of members? Okay.
The floor is yours, ma'am.
Well, first I want to start with my colleague, Councilman Baker. When I got on council, I'm like, I'm not there to be nobody's friends. I'm just going there to work for the district. Councilman Baker showed me that you could have someone that was genuinely a friend. He was there at my most vulnerable moment when I lost my mother. And I just want to say thank you. Thank you for just being there, just and assuring that I was okay. I am truly going to miss you. You've been like a brother to me, a good friend, and I'm just going to miss you. So I just want to say thank you for that. Yeah. Rick, Councilman Blackwell, I want to say that, you know, you taught me not to go in nobody else's district when I first got here. I had some ideas because I really wasn't sure if Sylvania was part of my district or not, but you let me know that it wasn't, and get out of your district.
And don't come in here no more.
I knew to never go in nobody else's district. But more than anything, you taught me to stand on business. I thought that you was very rude and a little disrespectful when I first came on the Metro Council during the budget, but it was just that I didn't have the knowledge that I needed. You gave me that. You wasn't rude. You wasn't disrespectful. You was just about business. And you taught me the difference. I needed that. I want to say thank you. Thank you for all your hard years. I'm going to take some of the things that I've saw you do, and I'm going to try to continue some of those things. I definitely want to copy a lot of your success. Thank you. Ja'Cory, you taught me that I could be myself. When I came on the Metro Council, I was like, oh my God, I'm going up here with all these Hasidity people. They got these good, and then when I got here, and I'm like, oh, now I can be me, because politics is worse than the streets. Yeah. So, I said, okay, I want to say thank you. Thank you for allowing me to know that I could be myself. And I could be authentic. Because one thing I will say, you have to have street sense. You have to have common sense. You have to have all three. It makes you a threat. So I want to say thank you. Lastly, I am truly going to miss my colleague, Robin Engel. You taught me black, white, Democrat, Republican, just stay true to who you are. When I came on Metro Council, I had, maybe some of my colleagues looked at me crazy because, we always hugged and hit fives. But really, that's what we should all be doing. Because it's really not about Democrat or Republican. It's about us working together collectively for the community. You are truly going to be missed. I want you to keep that good energy, that good spirit that you have. You've taught me a lot. You've even made some of my colleagues call me Republican. But that's okay. I've enjoyed your knowledge. I've enjoyed your friendship, and I just want to say thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Hawkins. Councilwoman Shanklin.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to say, I started out in 2003 with Madonna, Robin, Stewart, Rick, Kevin. I think that's all of us that's left. One more? And myself. Right. We were all brand new. None of us knew what we were doing. Got in there, and we had to learn to work together. We came a long way. We had to go through a lot of different rules and ordinances that were, back in the 1800s, you weren't allowed to spit on the ground and those type things, and we had to go through these ordinances and laws and pick out the ones for the day. It was fun, interesting, and over the years, we've learned to respect each other, work together, and I've met a lot of new people here, and I've learned to work with all of them, and I'm just hate to see you guys go, but I know the new ones coming in, we'll learn to work with them and be the same. So I just appreciate it, and there's only 3 of us left. I think it's Stewart, myself, and Kevin, the only ones left, so. Well, one day we'll be gone too. So, so that's all I have to say. Thanks. I love working with you guys.
Thank you, Councilwoman Shanklin. Councilwoman Parrish-Wright.
Thank you. I want to thank you all for your services, the things you've done over the years. I moved to Louisville in 2022, so I've seen some of you as merger took place and as you have grown in your roles. And I'm honored to be here. And as the newest council person until the new ones are sworn in, I will tell you it's been eventful, but I've been watching what you all bring, from zoning to budget to planning to supporting one another to making sure we donate to good causes. And I stand on that. I think you need seasoned people as well as new people to do this thing right. It's not lost on me, though, that after this, instead of 7 Black council people, it will only be 5 of us, and we're losing the Black male representation. And I know you all get tired of me talking about race and equity and fairness, but that's my job, and that's why the people elected me. And I want to encourage you all to look and reach behind you and start, I don't want to say grooming, especially after P. Diddy. I want to say make sure that you are nurturing other leadership and other people to be in these roles. I do believe in term limits. I do believe that we need to make sure that there's healthy transitions. I came into my office with no instructions. I did not have any coaching or anything like that. But I was welcomed by all of you, even though you fought against my application and nomination. But I still came, and it's very positive. It happened. Thank you. Ja'Cory sponsored me, and now council. And Councilwoman Armstrong. But anyway, I just want to tell you I appreciate that. I'm a real, raw, no-chaser person, and I felt like every one of you that are leaving gave me that. You were honest with me. We were able to work together. I hope you see that there's a softer side of Sears, that I actually care about everything, not just police accountability, and you showed me what mattered. I asked Councilwoman Flood, I've asked you to continue to work with you to learn more about zoning and planning, and I've learned a great deal from Councilman Blackwell around budget, and I continue to learn from you. So I just want to thank you for everything that you bring, and also encourage you to be around for the new folks that are coming in and help them have a healthy transition. And the last thing I'll say, Councilman Arthur filed over 150 pieces of legislation, and I think that that is remarkable. And we're here to do the will of the people, and I am there with you as long as we're on the path of truth and justice. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Parrish-Wright. Councilwoman Purvis, would you like to say anything?
Thank you. Councilman Arthur, I just want to tell you, I used to be just like you. And that's all I'm going to say. I wish you well. I know you're not done. You'll be somewhere around. And thank you for your insight. Didn't always agree with you, but I've been where you are before. I used to be Sister Radical, but I've gotten a little older. So, but I always understood your perspective. So, Philip, you became more than a colleague. You became family. And it's painful to say goodbye to you. The things that I've put you through going shopping in Boston and sneaking off and going to Harvard. I just felt like when you came in my life, I met this one big fun kid that was crazy enough to do anything that I want to do, including sneaking off to Paris in Germany. But I think Jennifer told on us. I don't know. But thank you for being my friend. I know that I have not only a friend, but I have a friend for life. Thank you. Pat, I will never forget you campaigning with me in the general. We were in Portland together. You didn't tell a lot of people that I know, but I just want to say thank you for giving up your time with your family to come and help me cross the threshold. I will never forget that. Rick, there are some things I can say I don't think the public want to hear, but again, I apologize to you. But thank you for your leadership and your knowledge. I always admired you from afar, especially how you were so diligent in handling the budget issues. And even though sometimes that I would just talk, and you would tell me in a real nice way, you can't discuss this. You had every reason to turn my mic off or something, but thank you for not doing that. I'm going to miss you. You always feel like you need to rely on the wisdom of those that been here the longest, and you are one of those people. So thank you for all that you've given. Cindy, I hope someday not to be as sassy as you. Sassy as you. But anyway, it gives me hope to know that people will respect me if, even if I have to say things that they don't want to hear. So I've always admired you for that. You're very courageous and very passionate about what you believe in. And congratulations for helping Mary and Elizabeth get what they need to give maternity services for those in that neighborhood. Robin, you were one of the first ones that called me after I won the primary. I would never forget that. A Republican called me to congratulate me. So I want to say thank you so much. You've always been a fun, loving guy, even though I often have to get on you and Philip about hairing up with your committee so I can get started with mine. But, you always give back in your spirit and your heart, and I think it's really important. It means a lot to me to hear that you take the time out to spend with your elderly mother in Wisconsin. I know it's not easy loving and caring from afar, but you do it, and you do a good job of it. So thank you. I wish you nothing but the best in life. Madonna, I don't know what we're going to do without your knowledge of planning and zoning. I can tell you this, that I will not be the brave one to step up to the plate to take that committee. I don't even want to be on that committee. But I have a feeling, that's the truth, but I have a feeling, even though you're going to be gone from here physically and gone from the payroll, everybody that's going to be on that committee will have your number on speed dial. So especially the new chairperson. But I want to say thank you for giving all that you've given. You've taught us a lot about planning and zoning, a lot of things that I didn't understand until I heard you talk in details, binding elements. I'm like, what in the world is that? But you were such a natural at it. So I just want to say thank you for your years of educating us on the whole planning and development process. I wish you luck with the grandbabies, and I'll probably see you around at, what's that? Yeah, that one, and the what's the fish place? Mike Lennon's.
Yes.
Yeah. So good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Purvis. Councilwoman McCraney, anything you'd like to say?
Oh, y'all are just in anticipation, aren't you? No, I have my words of expression that I want to give to them individually. And I just want to wish them all the success in the world, all the best that life has to offer. And God bless you.
Thank you, Councilwoman McCraney. Councilman Reno Weber? Councilman Owen? Nope. No. Okay, Councilman Kramer?
As Councilwoman Shanklin pointed out, there are 6 of us that were here at the beginning. And I have a little bit of a reputation for speaking long on issues. And there's a councilman that sits next to me that, since he's been here, said, stop talking. So I think tonight I'm going to take his advice and just say thank you to those of you who are leaving for all the work that you did. I'm not going to go through each one. But I will say, just this is it. I could do all of them. That stock that they talked about earlier about the legislation that we had to do in that first couple years, Pat Mulvihill was in the county attorney's office, and it was instrumental, and I was the vice chair of the committee that was responsible for all of that work. And Pat sat down with us and helped us go through it. And I'll never forget him saying to me on more than one occasion, I work for the county attorney, I don't make policy, right? The policy decisions are yours, you're the elected official. And I was always grateful for that. And then he got elected, and now he is in policy discussions, and we're not always in quite the same place. So I enjoyed it when he worked for the county attorney's office. In all seriousness, I've enjoyed the work with him, with Rick, with Cindy, I guess I should now say, all of you who are leaving. Robin came in together. My gosh, remember. Anyway, I'm going to stop there and just say thank you. I really appreciate your work.
Thank you, Councilman Kramer. Councilman Sime? Councilwoman Chapel?
I wrote you all an individual note, so I'll give that to you later. Thank you.
Thank you.
But I do just want to say, Philip, you are a brother. Rick, you are hilarious, funniest one on council. Pat, I know where you live. I'm going to keep bothering you because I did when I was your constituent, so thank you for putting up with me. I was a huge 1200 fan back in the day, still am. From CFN to now, I am always going to stand for you, to Corey. Robin, you have a voice that I'm going to miss behind me. It's so smooth. And Madonna, you're just a goddess all over. And Cindy, I'm going to miss you, and especially having my seatmate. So thank you all.
Thank you. Councilman Reed?
I'm going to simply address one person because the other people I think I'm going to talk to individually. Councilman Eagle.
Thank you.
Councilman Eagle is having an event tomorrow night, so I'll share my feelings with him. But I want to tell Councilwoman Madonna Flood how much I've enjoyed working with her on planning and zoning. And I've been the vice chair. I've had the honor to be vice chair for many years. And it is going to be very, very strange to not see her heading that committee, because I think we all have learned quite a bit from her. It's a lot of work to be in this committee. It's probably not one of the sexiest committees, but it's one of the most important committees, if not the most important in my opinion. So I wanted to thank her and wish her all the best. God bless her and her family. And that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Reed. Councilwoman Parker?
Thank you. I just am going to be very brief and just say one word
Thank you.
Each oh, I thought you were cutting me off because I said I was going to be brief. Councilman Baker, enthusiasm. Councilman Arthur, detail. Councilman Mulvihill, legal expertise. Councilwoman Flood, zoning. Councilman Engel, passion. Councilwoman Fowler, golf. Councilman Blackwell, just a couple words. You chaired budget, and I've told you this before. You held these agencies accountable. You did not let them filibuster, and you made them answer the questions, and I really appreciate that, and you'll be missed. All of you will be missed. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilman Parker. Councilman Piagentini?
Yeah, just say you'll all be missed, but I want to say a special thank you to all of the council members who are leaving from the original council. We stand on the shoulders of giants. You all are those giants. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Councilman Benson?
Thank you, Mr. President. I've been really touched by most everybody. Well, I can say everybody. People don't understand that we get along well. I feel like I can talk to anybody on the council, and one of the things is because most everybody believes there's a God, and when you let God be involved, we can do so much better. And so I just wish you all good luck, and if I can ever help you, let me know.
Thank you, Councilman Benson. Councilwoman Rui?
Thank you. I took the opportunity of passing notes to everybody, keeping my pages over there busy. And I would just like to thank you all. You've all brought individual gifts to this council, and every one of you will be missed. I'm sure I'll be thinking about you like, I should have asked him that question. I should have asked him. So I got your phone numbers. So you may now applaud. I'm done.
Thank you, Councilman Rui. Councilman Hudson?
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, as we walk along this path in life, we take things from each other. Following Maryland's style of taking one thing to describe each of the people that are departing. Ja'Cory, peace. Philip, joy. You're a joy to work. I do regret that we never got to have our wrestling match in the pit here. Pat, professionalism. I appreciate that. Watching that from afar has been a treat. Thank you. Rick, you are a great statesman, and I've absorbed that, and thank you for that. Cindy, your passion and your macaroni and cheese. Robin, you have made it so fun. I am going to miss our joking around, but when it comes down to business, you are sharp as a razor. Thank you for that. Madonna family. You know, we have the families that we're born into, and then we have the family that we make along the way. And I'm grateful that I'm part of your family. So thank you for that. I hope what all of you take from me is love. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Hudson. Councilman Batchon?
Some tough acts to follow there, Mr. President. I echo some of the words that have been said, and I'll go down the list here just with a few brief little statements. But Ja'Cory, thank you. You just keep it real, man, and I appreciate that. So thank you. Philip, I remember when you first got here, it was February 9th. It was my birthday. We shared cake together. I appreciate it. You just, we just vibed good. I appreciate that, and I appreciate your joy and your energy and your compassion for what you've got going on. Councilman Mulvihill, thank you. Just kind of like Councilman Hudson just said, your professionalism is just on point, and I'm forever grateful for that. Councilman Blackwell, thank you. I've known you for quite some time. I respect you. I appreciate you. I look up to you, and I appreciate you. I appreciate what you've done for our community over the years. 22 years is a long time. Forever grateful for that. You've paved the way, especially Dixie Highway. So, thank you. Look forward to working with you, in the future on different things. So, Councilwoman Fowler, hi. How are you? So some of you may know or may not know, I've known Councilwoman Fowler for quite some time. I was a little middle schooler at Frost Middle, and she'd yell at me, from the office every once in a while. I respect her. I appreciate her. I disagree with her on some things, and I agree with her on other things. But thank you for your work and your time in the South End, and as we can continue to work together on some boards and things that we sit on together, look forward to working with you there. Councilman Engel, as I said to you earlier today, I appreciate you for all your work that you've done over the years. Our last couple years together to get to know each other has been great and an honor. I call you a friend, as well as a mentor. So thank you for that as I look forward and turn to you for wise advice as we move forward in the years. And then Councilwoman Flood, the Chair of Planning and Zoning. I definitely do not envy you, as it was one of my number one choice committees when I came to council. I realize why some people hate it so much. You are extremely detailed and do a wonderful job at that. It has been an honor to sit next to you for the last 2 years. I can feel like I can call you a friend, and I thank you for our just little chit-chat conversations, and I appreciate you, and I pray for you, and just enjoy retirement. Thank you all.
Thank you, Councilman Batchon. Councilman Ackerson, anything?
Being the last to speak, I think it's all been said. And so those who are leaving us, I say this: Godspeed and safe travels.
Thank you, Councilman Ackerson. Will, anything you want to add? I'm kidding. I was kidding, Will. I don't want to put you. No, thank you all. Again, appreciate all of your service. And having said that, Madam Clerk, are there any addresses to council?
Yes, sir, there are.
Thank you. Let me remind those addressing council to please refrain from using any profanity or making derogatory statements to council members. Madam Clerk, please call the first speaker.
Benjamin Berry.
Good evening, everyone. Well, it might be good morning by now, but my name is Benjamin Berry. I'm a lifelong resident of Louisville, Kentucky, and I'm currently an organizer with the Louisville Workers Brigade. It's appropriate that you all talk about the American dream, because tonight I'm here to talk about a segment of the American nightmare that most working and oppressed people face in this country. I'm addressing the council today in support of the Shut 'em Down campaign organized by the prisoner-led prison abolition group called Jailhouse Lawyers Speak. This week has been declared the Week of Solidarity by Jailhouse Lawyers Speak and is dedicated to bringing renewed awareness and activism around the prison industrial complex, which currently imprisons over 1.2 million human beings in the United States jail and prison system. As you know, the 13th Amendment of the United States Constitution abolished chattel slavery, but left an exception for slavery as an imposed punishment for crime. This exemption has been utilized in the most grotesque fashion by the ruling class of this country, stripping imprisoned human beings of their dignity, isolating them from their communities, exposing them to the most horrid conditions imaginable, exploiting their existence for profit, and locking them in a vicious cycle of poverty and incarceration. This cruel treatment of human beings, this state-funded campaign of war against the most marginalized and oppressed people in our communities, has directly enriched the owning class of the U.S., the same owning class that daily exploits working people for their labor and spearheads campaigns of imperialism across the globe in search of new markets, resources, and workers to exploit. Through their political puppets of both major political parties, this ruling class has safeguarded their illegitimate existence and future on the backs of working and oppressed people, both inside and outside of correctional facilities across this country. But a new day is on the horizon. Every day, more and more working and oppressed people are coming together. They're uniting across superficial cultural and social divisions that politicians like yourselves love to use to divide working and oppressed people against each other. They are organizing unions, community cooperatives, mutual aid organizations, and yes, even prisoner collectives to fight back against the unrelenting assault waged by the owning class. Folks are breaking from the Republicans and the Democrats, finally seeing that both parties stand only for the interests of our exploiters and our oppressors. We are organizing, and we will not stop until a new society is established that will serve our class interests, meeting the needs of all working and oppressed people. Today, Louisville organizers come to address this council body, this collection of the misleaders of our city, to demand better treatment for our brothers and sisters currently imprisoned in LMDC right across the street. We demand that their humanity be recognized and that you abandon your unholy alliances with the exploiting and oppressing class to actually serve the needs of your constituents. All power to incarcerated human beings, all power to working and oppressed people.
Thank you, Mr. Berry.
Thank you. Dalton Nolan.
Good evening. My name is Dalton Nolan, a resident of Louisville and organizer with the Louisville Workers Brigade. Tonight, I am addressing Metro Council in support of the Shut 'em Down campaign organized by the prisoner-led abolition group Jailhouse Lawyers Speak. in line with the goals of this campaign and in solidarity with our imprisoned brothers and sisters, I present the following petition demanding the immediate improvement of the living conditions of those imprisoned in LMDC. We, the undersigned, the working people of the greater Louisville community, along with our community allies, call upon the government of Metro Louisville to heed the cries of our suffering and imprisoned brothers and sisters, working people themselves, and demand the following actions of our local government. Number one, immediate improvements to the conditions and policies of the Louisville Metro Department of Corrections that recognizes the humanity of imprisoned persons. Number two, the funding of access to quality health care, dental care, vision care, and educational opportunities for all imprisoned human beings. Number three, the immediate end to prison slavery. All incarcerated workers must be paid the prevailing wage of the city for their labor. Number four, the immediate overhauling of the grievance process at LMDC, ensuring imprisoned human beings have a proper channel to address wrongdoing on the part of jail staff and the violations of their rights. Number five, the institution of rehabilitation programs and the expansion of parole opportunities for imprisoned humans. No human should be sentenced to death by incarceration or serve any sentence without the possibility of parole. Number six, the immediate end to racial policing, overcharging, oversentencing, and parole denials of black and brown human beings. Number seven, the establishment of a workers' review board with full legal powers that investigates, oversees, and prosecutes any accusations against the Louisville Metro Police Department or Louisville City government. Number eight, the immediate release of all political prisoners and those convicted of nonviolent crimes. Number nine, that all prisoners, pretrial detainees, and so-called ex-felons be given full voting rights. In a country where the state has such power over imprisoned human beings, such persons' votes and voices must be heard. Number 10, the immediate cessation of the privatization of our correctional facilities. Such institutions must be publicly funded and controlled. For-profit mechanisms and schemes must be abolished, and all imprisoned persons must be provided the essential care they are due as human beings. All power to incarcerate human beings, all power to working and oppressed people.
Thank you, Mr. Nolan.
Thank you. Robert Sparks. Robert Sparks, thank you.
Hello, my name is Robert Vincent Starks, Jr. I'm a lifelong citizen of Louisville, Kentucky, a member of the Louisville Workers Brigade, and an activist standing in solidarity with the jailhouse lawyers speak as they implement their 2024 Shut 'em Down campaign. I'll start with a quote. Quote, "The status quo of our criminal legal system here in Louisville, Kentucky is killing people," unquote, coming from the ACLU director, Amber Duke. Earlier, you heard about the intention of the Jailhouse Lawyers Speak 2024 campaign, as well as the details of prison reform petitions sponsored by the Workers Brigade. Now you may be wondering how this affects you or how you can get involved. I'd like to offer a reminder and a call to action in order to answer both questions. First, I want to acknowledge the work that's already been done through Metro Council with the Association of the ACLU of Kentucky. City has hired a new jail director. Most cells and dorms are updated, and Narcan stations were installed in every dorm. There's only a few notable selections. These are good first steps. However, during the ACLU's press conference last month, the main reason for death in LMDC is, quote unquote, neglect. In their own words, quote, "When the government chooses to incarcerate a person, it also takes on the responsibility of caring for them," unquote. Just as LMDC is guilty of neglecting our incarcerated brothers and sisters, city and state officials neglect to realize that this city and state has ties to abolition. It's in our blood. Underneath us lies the Underground Railroad, where enslaved people would flee underfoot to the Ohio, where the boats waiting to traverse the locks would literally act as a bridge to freedom. Above the shore of the Ohio, an image rests of an Olympian who reminds us of the fighting spirit inherent in every citizen you meet walking down 6th and Jefferson, or as I call it, Breeway. He also reminds us of notable abolitionist Cassius Clay. So, in solidarity with jailhouse lawyers, I'll call on each council person to sign the petition. If you truly stand with working people of Louisville, you'll stand by this petition and implement these demands. We will always stand in firm solidarity with our incarcerated brothers and sisters, and we demand the dismantling of the for-profit system. Abolition is the mission.
Thank you, Mr. Starks.
Thank you. Barbara Richardson. Barbara Richardson.
Hello, Louisville Metro Council. My name is Barbara Richardson, and I am a co-vice president of the Mount Lebanon chapter of the Louisville Tennis Union. Ally Agenda brought Mount Lebanon in December 2021 with tax dollars approved by the Metro Council through the Tax Increasement Funding Plan, a TIF. Ally Agenda submitted their compliance report and requested reimbursement this month. At that time, we all, Metro Council, will have the power to influence the Cabinet for Economic Development to enforce any deficiencies at the property through the TIF. You can choose to request withholding any requested reimbursement funding. We have already met with Mr. Jeff O'Brien from the Mayor's Office and explained the despicable and humiliating ways Ally Agenda has treated us. They are reviewing Ally Agenda's compliance report and have committed to ask the owner, Chuck O'Neill, to meet with our tenant union and negotiate a collectively bargained lease. We have successfully organized a union, and 83% of our neighbors have joined. But Chuck O'Neill has refused to recognize our union. Our fundamental right of organized tenants living on covered HUD financial properties is to have their union be recognized by the property owner. We have receipts that have been handed out to you. Our tenant union is a legitimate tenant organization under HUD regulations 24510. Ally Agenda is violating federal HUD regulations and federal law by not recognizing our union. Let me get to the point of why we're here to ask you, Metro Council, to consider reimbursing this money to Ally Agenda if and only if they meet with our Mount Lebanon union to negotiate a fair lease. Let's be clear. We want Ally Agenda to have this money if they use it for security and to take care of our homes. We want to live the same way all of you will want to live in your old age. We want to live in dignity. This can only happen if you choose to put strings on the money and request Ally Agenda to follow HUB guidelines to meet with us to negotiate first.
Thank you, Ms. Richardson.
You will go down
Ms. Richardson, if you could wrap up 3 minutes.
in history as being champions for the tenants of Louisville. Thank you all for listening and supporting Mount Lebanon right.
Thank you, Ms. Richardson.
Thank you. Michael Blackwood.
Hello again. My name is Michael Blackwood. I co-manage the Get on the Bus campaign, and I'm here to talk about the budget surplus and TARC funding. So a year and a half ago, I came to the yearly budget hearing to voice my concerns about the city budget, including funding transit. Earlier this year, I was in the room while TARC was grilled about their looming fiscal cliff and the dire need for additional funding. A few weeks later, I, along with many Louisvillians, came to the budget hearings to speak about directly funding TARC. Metro Council went on record as not having the money for TARC, bearing no responsibility, and fundamentally denying that you saw this coming. But the truth is, we all saw this coming. TARC has been sounding the alarm for years. The public has been sounding the alarm for years. And Metro Council simply hasn't listened. I know a common refrain from Council is that TARC has made no formal funding request. Read any yearly TARC budget, and the need is in there. The TARC 2009 long-range plan even calls out the need for a tax referendum, and nothing has happened. We sent a petition signed by hundreds of working-class Louisvillians and TARC writers to every Metro Council member, the mayor, and all the deputy mayors. Not a single person from the Greenberg administration responded, and we only heard back from a total of 6 Metro Council offices. And of those 6, only 3 actual members reached out personally to us. The rest were just like, thanks for your email. So that means 23 council members completely disregarded their constituents. That brings us to today. Here I am again, speaking before council about the need to fund TARC, except this time the situation is even more dire. About a month ago, TARC announced additional cuts that will take place in January, and then 2 weeks later, Metro government reveals that there's $16 million budget surplus. And while LMPD will receive even more, none of that money is being invested in TARC. Now, this isn't just about avoiding cuts. This all leads into supporting the TARC 2025 network redesign. We're less than 2 months away from the final concepts being released, and I will be clear on this, while there will be multiple proposals released, only one of them is the true option, the growth option. The other options are austerity measures that are significant cuts versus the spring 2024 service, and they're only there to help TARC limp along when Metro government leaves them hanging out to dry. Now, while a request for direct funding for TARC through the city budget would be great, it's not the only solution. A more permanent solution is a tax referendum. The current occupational tax rate for TARC, which hasn't changed in 50 years, despite increasing service requirements, is only 0.2%. Under the Mass Transportation Program section of KRS 96A, that rate could be anywhere up to 1% through a public referendum. Just a few tenths of a percent would be enough to fully fund the growth option. But again, we need Metro Council to actually listen to their constituents. I'll summarize our 3 demands. Provide immediate support for TARC now through the current budget surplus. Begin the process to bring a referendum to the people of Louisville so we can adjust the occupational tax rate to the level needed to support the TARC 2025 growth option. And 3, since a referendum can't happen tomorrow, support TARC at the growth option levels directly through the city budget, at least until the people can vote, if not longer.
Thank you, Mr. Blackwood.
Thank you. Skylar Wooden.
Hello, I'm Skylar Wooden, here representing District 1 and Rubbertown Emergency Action, also known as REACT. I'm here to talk about the effects that Anderson Woods pollution is having on my neighborhood. Essentially, it seems that they have compromised the conditions of people living in the neighborhood and their own workers for the success and esteem that they've had in their industry. Now, Anderson has been on beach since 1906, and in that time, they have got a reputation of creating a bad wood-smelling odor and releasing dust, black smoke, and wood chips in the air. I've personally lived in Parkland for 22 years, my family over almost 60, and the conditions are getting worse. I walk to work every single day and have dust flying in my eyes and nose, which doesn't help that we have a mask ordinance now. Anyone living there can tell you how the smoke will cover their cars, how there's a sound of workers beating on the silos, and how on top of that, trains are running constantly and keeping that entire block locked in. As we've seen with the situation in the Clifton neighborhood, that's our worst fear, is that there's an explosion, there's a train on the track holding toxic chemicals, and our whole block is gone. I'm sorry. There have been 3 fires at Anderson just last year alone, and in 2013 they had an explosion of the 2 silos on top of their building. And I'd be remiss to bring all this up about how it's affecting the neighborhood and not bring attention to the conditions their workers have been reporting. Indeed, they average a 1.4 review and have all types of complaints of broken windows, wood dust in the air, and even managers getting physically violent with them. I mentioned the workers beating on the silos as an annoyance of the neighborhood, but it's also dangerous for them. These flaws aren't unique to Anderson, but it does show a clear issue with their ethics. So many businesses in Louisville that have these names and have been around for a long time run on the back of, this is how it's always been done. But if it's always been done wrong, then that just means a change is long overdue. Quite frankly, no one minds polluting the West End with loud noises and bad smells because it's what y'all expect from us. We're regular people who want the same quality of life as anyone else. Transitioning to cleaner practices would not only improve conditions for the neighborhoods, but would more than likely be cost effective for them. In a time, we've seen many businesses close because of their unwillingness to change. Anderson will likely become the Kmart or Blockbuster of their industry. This is one specific company, but I speak for every worker and resident.
Ms. Wooden, can I ask you to wrap it up?
I'm wrapping it up. Every worker or resident who gets the short end of how it's always been. 1906 was 5 generations, 2 world wars, and 3 recessions
Ms. Wooden,
ago.
thank you very much.
So
Thank
the
you,
Slugger
Sam.
City should have a much better way
thank
to
you very
process
much.
wood. Thank you very much.
Sam Yakavita.
Good evening. I'm here to voice my full opposition to the mask ban. The freedom to wear a mask should be a basic right every citizen has that the state shouldn't even need to raise an eyebrow at. The mere existence of the ordinance being reinforced alongside a broader wave of mask bans attempting to target protesters, create new stop and frisk methods, and enhance state surveillance is inherently threatening to the community. Now, citizens who wear a mask for any reason, whether it's health, to stay warm, cultural expression, or, as a person before me mentioned, to protect themselves from pollution that has not been addressed properly, or any other personal reason, will now have the mask ban's enforcement hanging over their head, knowing that an LMPD officer or anyone else could use this ban to justify harassment. I know the mayor has proposed amendments that supposedly protect citizens wearing masks in good faith. But frankly, no matter how many technicalities you add to this ordinance, with individual biases at play and LMPD's documented record of unlawful and discriminatory conduct, this mask ban will absolutely be selectively enforced, and it is impossible to micromanage it to be any other way. The repeal and reenactment currently in front of this Public Safety Committee still has these same issues. With the sheer size and reach of LMPD, I believe that in practice, this reenactment will largely be used to profile individuals within Louisville's most vulnerable communities and to silence protesters. This ordinance and any changes made to it will only cause more harm. Please, for the safety and security of our community, oppose and repeal the mask ban in any form. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Yakima.
Thank you. Cara Tobe. Cara Tobe. Mr. President, that concludes the addresses of council.
Thank you. Next, we have approval of the council minutes for the regular meeting of November 21st, 2024. Are there any corrections or deletions? Hearing none, may I have a motion and second for approval?
Motion
by Councilman Piagentini, second by Councilwoman Parrish Wright. These minutes have been properly moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. These minutes have been approved as written. Next, we have approval of the following committee minutes, all in 2024. Regular Committee of the Whole, November 21st. Regular Planning and Zoning Committee, December 3rd. Regular Labor, Economic Development and Appropriations Committee, December 3rd. Regular Public Works Committee, December 3rd. Regular Government Oversight and Audit and Appointments Committee, December 3rd. Regular Equity, Community Affairs, Housing, Health, and Education Committee, December 4th. Regular Public Safety Committee, December 4th. Special Ad Hoc Committee on Land Use, December 5th. Regular Parks and Sustainability Committee, December 5th. Regular Budget Committee, December 5th. Regular Committee on Committees, December 10th. Are there any corrections or deletions? Hearing none, may I have a motion?
Motion.
Second for approval. Motion by Councilman Piagentini, second by Councilwoman Parrish Wright. These minutes have been properly moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. These minutes are approved as written. Our next order of business comprises the consent calendar. The consent calendar comprises items 19 through 64. Are there any additions? Councilman Blackwell?
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to add item number 86 to the consent calendar.
Thank you.
Yep.
Without objection, we will move that to the consent calendar. So now the consent calendar comprises items 19 through 64 plus item 86. Madam Clerk, a second reading of these items, please.
The following legislation was forwarded from the Budget Committee. Item 19, an ordinance amending ordinance number 101, Series 2024, and ordinance number 100, Series 2024, relating to the fiscal year 2024-2025 capital budget and the fiscal year 2024-2025 operating budget, respectively, by transferring $9,351.90 from District 14 Capital Infrastructure Fund to District 14 Neighborhood Development Fund. Item 20, a resolution approving the Jefferson County Sheriff's 2025 budget. Item 21, a resolution approving the Jefferson County Clerk's 2025 budget. The following legislation was forwarded from the Committee on Committees. Item 22, a resolution amending the Louisville Metro Council policies and procedures and the Louisville Metro Council personnel policies. The following legislation was forwarded from the Equity, Community Affairs, Housing, Health, and Education Committee. Item 23, a resolution urging Mayor Craig Greenberg to declare Veterans Day a Metro holiday. Item 24, a resolution honoring Old Walnut Street by dedicating the northwest corner of 13th Street and Muhammad Ali Boulevard as Old Walnut Way in its honor. Item 25, a resolution pursuant to the capital and operating budget ordinances approving the appropriation to fund the following non-competitively negotiated sole source contract for Louisville Metro Public Health and Wellness concerning HIV testing equipment and related kits. Roche Diagnostics Corporation, $87,759. The following legislation was forwarded from the Government Oversight and Audit and Appointments Committee. Item 26, appointment of Angela Bowens to the Civilian Review and Accountability Board. Term expires March 25th, 2027. Item 27, appointment of Amir Hussain to the Extension Board. Term expires December 31st, 2027. Item 28, appointment of Breland Tilford to the Library Advisory Commission. Term expires December 31st, 2027. Item 29, a reappointment of Marcus Walker to the Library Advisory Commission. Term expires December 31st, 2027. Item 30, a reappointment of Nathan Smith to the Library Advisory Commission. Term expires December 31st, 2027. Item 31, a reappointment of Carla Robinson to the Library Advisory Commission. Term expires December 31st, 2027. Item 32, reappointment of Dr. Tiffany Stith to the Library Advisory Commission. Term expires December 31st, 2027. Item 33, appointment of Patrick Sparks to the Pleasure Ridge Park Fire Protection District Board. Term expires June the 30th, 2026. Item 34, appointment of Kim Martin to the Police Merit Board. Term expires June the 1st, 2025. Item 35, appointment of Mary Gerstle to the Tree Advisory Committee Board. Term expires November the 29th, 2025. Item 36, appointment of Initra Beatty to the Tree Advisory Committee Board. Term expires November the 29th, 2025. Item 37, appointment of James Guti to the Tree Advisory Committee Board. Term expires November the 29th, 2026. Item 38, appointment of Michael Blankenship to the Tree Advisory Committee Board. Term expires November the 29th, 2027. Item 39, reappointment of John Swintowski to the Tree Advisory Committee Board. Term expires November the 29th, 2025. Item 40, reappointment of Helen MacArthur Hacker to the Tree Advisory Committee Board. Term expires November the 29th, 2025. Item 41, reappointment of Cynthia Sullivan to the Tree Advisory Committee Board. Term expires November the 29th, 2026. Item 42, a reappointment of Elizabeth Winlock to the Tree Advisory Committee Board. Term expires November the 29th, 2027. Item 43, a reappointment of Matthew Wazorek to the Tree Advisory Committee Board. Term expires November the 29th, 2027. Item 44, reappointment of Priya Prasad to the Tree Advisory Committee Board. Term expires November the 29th, 2027. The following legislation was forwarded from the Labor, Economic Development and Appropriation Committee. An ordinance establishing a development area pursuant to the provisions of KRS 65.7041 through 65.7083 to be known as the 615 through 625 East Market Street Development Area, designating the Metro Development Authority, Inc. as an agency, adopting a development plan, approving entering into a local participation agreement, authorizing the payment of the released amount pursuant to the terms and conditions of the local participation agreement, requiring the submission of regular reports to the Louisville Jefferson County Metro Government, and authorizing the execution and delivery of any other documents and taking of any other actions necessary to accomplish the purposes authorized by this ordinance. Item 46, an ordinance appropriating $50,000 from District 19 Neighborhood Development Funds to the Office of Management and Budget to the City of Woodland Hills for costs associated with renovating a public playground. Item 47, an ordinance appropriating $12,995 from District 22 Neighborhood Development Funds to the Office of Management and Budget to Fern Creek Fire Protection District for the purpose of a cargo trailer. Item 48, an ordinance appropriating $13,300 from District 10 Neighborhood Development Funds to Louisville Metro Police Department for the installation of 2 flock cameras in District 10. Item 49, an ordinance appropriating $25,000 from District 14 Neighborhood Development Funds to the Office of Management and Budget to Food Literacy Project for sponsorship of Gather for the Garden 2025. Item 50, an ordinance appropriating $120,000 from District 6 Neighborhood Development Funds to the Office of Management and Budget to Central Louisville Community Ministries, Inc. for costs associated with the Housing and Utilities Program. The following legislation was forwarded from the Parks and Sustainability Committee. Item 51, an ordinance amending the Louisville Jefferson County Metro Government Code of Ordinances, LMCO, sections 42.31, 42.33, and 42.99 to require the permits for events held in the parks and establishing civil fines and enforcement procedures for the failure to obtain or comply with a permit. Item 52, a resolution pursuant to the Metro Ordinance LMCO 42.43I approving the following contract for management of Quail Chase Golf Course, Hardesty Golf LLC. Item 53, a resolution authorizing the mayor on behalf of Metro government to accept the donation of a conservation easement on property owned by Mary Ann Tyler, located at 5801 and 5900 Belltown Road in Jefferson County, Kentucky. The following legislation was forwarded from the Planning and Zoning Committee. Item 54, an ordinance relating to the detailed district development plan for property located at 6805 Beulah Church Road, containing approximately 2.1 acres and being a Louisville Metro, case number 22 DDP 0059. Item 55, a resolution directing Landmarks Commission staff to begin the landmarks review process for the historic Wagner's Pharmacy located at 3113 South 4th Street. Item 56, a resolution directing Landmarks Commission staff to begin the landmarks review process for the historic Corsair for kids located at 982 Eastern Parkway. Item 57, a resolution requesting the Planning Commission review the Metro Land Development Code regulations and with regard to the along substandard roads. The following legislation was forwarded from the Public Safety Committee. Item 58, a resolution pursuant to the capital operating budgets approving the appropriation to fund the following non-competitively negotiated professional service contract for the Office of Safe and Healthy Neighborhoods concerning the evaluation and analysis regarding the Louisville Youth Network, McNary and Associates LLC, $50,000. Item 59, a resolution pursuant to the capital operating budget ordinances approving the appropriation to fund the following non-competitively negotiated professional service contract for the Office of Safe and Healthy Neighborhoods concerning security services at community projects activations, Renix Research Group, LLC, $60,000. Item 60, a resolution pursuant to the capital and operating budget ordinances approving the appropriation to fund the following non-competitive negotiated sole source contract for Metro Animal Services concerning a trap, neuter, and return program for Community Cats, Alley Cats Advocates, Inc., $75,000. Item 61, a resolution authorizing the mayor to accept $963 of funding for Department of Justice through the Byrne Discretionary Community Project Grants Program to be administered by the Office of Safe and Healthy Neighborhoods. Item 62, a resolution authorizing the mayor to accept $425,000 of funding from U.S. Department of Justice through the Delinquency Prevention Programs to be administered by the Office of Safe and Healthy Neighborhoods. The following legislation was forwarded from the Public Works Committee. Item 63, an ordinance awarding a communications service franchise to Loomis Fiber of Kentucky, LLC, pursuant to the terms and conditions of Chapter 116 of the Louisville Metro Code of Ordinances. Item 64, a resolution ratifying and approving the collective bargaining agreement from the date of the approval of the Louisville Jefferson County Metro Government to June the 30th, 2027, relating to the wages, benefits, and other terms and conditions of employment between Louisville Jefferson County Metro Government and the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, AFL-CIO, CLC-IBEW Local 369, concerning certain employees of the Department of Public Works and Assets. And one more that was forwarded from the Budget Committee. Item 86, an ordinance amending ordinance number 100, Series 2024, relating to the fiscal year 2024-2025 operating budget, and ordinance 105, Series 2023, by appropriating $1,024,200 and reallocating $649,888 of opioid settlement funds for various purposes through Louisville Metro Public Health and Wellness. Read in full.
Thank you. Probably moved and seconded by Councilman Piagentini, second by Councilman Syme. The consent calendar is before us and requires a roll call vote. Madam Clerk, please open the voting.
Yes. Okay. Okay, 1 second. Mr. President, you have 25 yes votes.
Thank you. The consent calendar passes. The next item of business is special legislation pursuant to Council Rule 7.01A. We will need a 2/3 vote to consider item 65 as an emergency. Are there any questions? Hearing none, may I get a motion and second? Motion by Councilman Piagentini, second by Councilwoman Chapel. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. Madam Clerk, a reading of item 65.
Emergency appropriation of $42,437 from District 14 Capital Infrastructure Funds to Public Works for sidewalk repairs at the following locations: 7007 Nathan Hale Way, 7008 Dunkirk Lane, 13402, 13407, 13414, and 13415 Snowden Way, 13410, 13411, 13413, 13414, 13500 and 13501, Horncastle Way, 6703 John Adams Way, 13317 Girvan Avenue, 9810 Lockwick Way, 7107 Broken Bow Way, 6111 Scottwood Drive, 7308 Winstock Avenue, and 13608 Greystone Avenue.
Thank you. Properly moved by Councilman Piagentini, second by Councilwoman Fowler. Is there any discussion? Councilwoman Fowler.
Yes, so sorry to bring this as special legislation, but it got mixed up and got left off. So I have exactly that much left in my CIF fund to cover those repairs. And I've got to say that every rated 3, 4, or 5 rated sidewalk in my district have been fixed. Yay. Thank you. I appreciate your support.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, this is a capital infrastructure fund allows for a voice vote. All those in favor say aye. 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 Any opposed? The ayes have it. The capital infrastructure fund is adopted. Colleagues, the next item of business is old business. Madam Clerk, a reading of item 66.
Appropriating $1,000 from neighborhood development funds in the following manner: $500 each from Districts 8 and 21 to Louisville Metro Police Department 6th Division for the Shop with a Cop event.
Thank you. Could I get a motion second? Thank you. Motion by Councilman Piagentini, second by Councilman Syme. Is there any discussion? Councilman Baker.
Sorry. So during the Democratic caucus meeting, Councilman Flood asked to contribute toward this fund, but since we couldn't increase the $1,500 request, Councilman Mulvihill agreed to divide his $500 contribution with Councilwoman Flood, each contributing $250 to each $1,500 request, and then Councilwoman Rui will speak at the meeting to amend this, right? So go ahead.
Okay. Councilman Rui?
Yes, so I would like to amend this to raise it to $1,500, which will be divided equally between Councilman Mulvihill at $250 and Councilwoman Flood at $250 also.
Okay. Can I get a second for that motion? Probably moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. Is there any further discussion on the amended ordinance, which is now before us? Hearing none, the Neighborhood Development Fund allows for a voice vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The Neighborhood Development Fund passes. Madam Clerk, a reading of item 67.
An ordinance appropriating $2,000 from neighborhood development funds in the following manner. $2,000 from District 6 through the Office of Management and Budget to Kentucky Shakespeare, Inc. for staffing costs for the 2024 Kentucky Shakespeare Festival. Read in full.
It's properly moved by Councilman Symes, second by Councilman Piagentini. Is there any discussion? Councilman Baker?
I don't know the exact ask, but as you know, Kentucky Shakespeare has always interacted with each one of our district, and so this is an appropriation for Kentucky Shakespeare. Madam Clerk, do you remember what their initial ask was?
$15,000, sir.
$15,000, and so just implore of you to support this outstanding organization.
15 is the total ask, just for
Yeah,
clarity.
yes.
13 is the additional.
Thank you.
Yes, so 13 is the additional. And so, as you know, each have had performance in each of their districts, and so these will go towards it. So just want to make a public appeal to support this effort.
And Councilman, can you just clarify for the record, is this the in individual parks, or this is the Shakespeare Festival in Central Park?
In Central Park.
Thank you. Okay.
Right?
It was in Central Park this year, this past August, yes.
Okay.
Okay.
You're fine. However, they have free concerts that everyone in your districts come to enjoy our summer. And so it's not just a district thing, District 6 thing. Kentucky Shakespeare has, graced all of our residents for their performance for their free concert series.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Clerk. If you could add 500 from 17, please. Councilwoman Chapel.
500 from 15.
Thank you. Councilwoman Rui.
500 from 21.
Thank you. Colleagues, anybody else? I don't see anyone else in queue. Oh, okay. Thank you. Councilwoman Parrish Wright.
500 from District 3.
Thank you. Councilman Owen.
500, 9.
Okay. Thank you. Anybody else? That makes the new total $4,500. Can I get Councilwoman Flood?
District 24, $1,000.
Colleagues, last call. Anybody else? Councilman Mulvihill.
District 10, 500.
Anybody else? That makes the new total 6,000. If I could get that in the form of an amendment. Motion by Councilman Piagentini, second by Councilman Syme. Is there any discussion on the amended ordinance? Hearing none. This is an ordinance requiring a roll call vote. Madam Clerk, please open the voting. Whoops.
Councilmember Hawkins.
Oh, okay, thank you. Councilwoman Purvis. Mr. President, you have 25 yes votes.
Thank you. The ordinance is adopted. Madam Clerk, a reading of item 68.
An ordinance appropriating $19,000 from neighborhood development funds in the following manner. $5,000 each from Districts 21 and 24, $2,000 from District 12, $1,500 from District 3, $1,000 each from Districts 8, 10, 15, and 22, $500 each from Districts 13, 14, and 17 through the Office of Management and Budget to the Americana Community Center, Inc. for operational and capital costs and renovations to the Americana World Community Center. As amended, read in full.
Thank you. Motion by Councilman Piagentini, second by Councilman Syme. Is there any discussion? Councilman Baker.
Yes, this is in Councilwoman Rui's district, and so I'll throw it over her to explain.
Councilman Rui.
Thank you very much. As many of you all know, Americana is a very important organization serving many immigrants, especially in our district, but across the city. And they are asking for a total of $30,000 to fund operating expenses and a capital campaign. As many of you may be aware, they are currently working on putting in a family health clinic for many years. That's been in a trailer behind the building. And so some of these funds will go towards renovating that front wing so that they will have appropriate space and be able to expand services. Other funds are going to go towards basic operating expenses. And I would love to have your support. We need another $11,000 to meet their ask.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilwoman Rui. Councilman Purvis.
500 from District 5.
Thank you, Councilwoman Purvis. Councilman Engel.
If I'm not in there, I would like to.
You are in there.
Okay, thank
yes.
you. So,
Councilman Owen.
500 from 9.
Thank you. Anybody else? Councilman Parrish Wright?
I'm not in there. Okay.
You are Councilwoman Parrish Wright. Anyone else? Then that puts the new total at 20,000. Can I get that in the form of a motion?
Motion.
Motion by Councilman Symes, second by Councilwoman Parrish Wright. Is there any further discussion on the amended ordinance? Hearing none. This is an ordinance requiring a roll call vote. Madam Clerk, please open the voting.
Mr. President, you have 26 yes votes.
Thank you. The ordinance is adopted. Madam Clerk, a reading of item 69.
An ordinance appropriating $12,000 from neighborhood development funds in the following manner: $10,000 from District 23 and $2,000 from District 22 through the Office of Management and Budget to Highview Arts, Inc. for theater equipment, improvements, rent, utilities, and costs related to producing shows. As amended, read in full.
Thank you. Motion by Councilman Piagentini, second by Councilman Syme. Is there any discussion? Councilman Baker.
This ordinance is in Councilman Hudson's district, and so he will speak to that.
Councilman Hudson.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is some money to help promote and encourage arts in the underserved areas of our community. I would appreciate your support on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Hudson. And just in case anybody asks, currently it's just Councilman Engel and Hudson who have contributed. So just in case you're wondering. Madam Clerk, 500 from 17. Councilman Parrish Wright.
500 from District 3.
Thank you. Anybody else, colleagues? Okay, can I get that makes the new total 13,000, Councilman Flood, sorry.
2,000 from District 24.
Thank you. Councilman Rui.
500 from 21.
Thank you. Okay, don't see anybody else in queue. Anyone else going once, twice? That would make the new total 15,500. Can I get that in the form of a motion? Motion by Councilman Symes, second by Councilman Parrish Wright. If there's no further discussion on the amended ordinance, this requires a roll call vote. Madam Clerk, please open the voting.
Mr. President, you have 26 yes votes.
Thank you. The ordinance is adopted. Madam Clerk, a reading of item 70.
An ordinance appropriating $7,000 from neighborhood development funds in the following manner: $7,000 from District 5 through the Office of Management and Budget to Boys and Girls Club, Inc. for costs associated with the Transfer Career Exploration Program. Read in full.
Motion by Councilman Piagentini, second by Councilman Engel. Is there any discussion? Councilman Baker.
This ordinance is in Councilwoman Purvis, so I'll be punting it over to her. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Purvis.
Thank you, sir. This NDF is to fund a program. It's a new initiative that they're going to be working on to train the youth on technology. And so I'm asking for my colleagues to support this by voting yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Flood, are you in the queue for this item?
Yes, sir. Mr. President, $2,000.
Thank you, Councilman Flood. Anybody
Thank
else? Councilman Parrish Wright.
$1,000 from District 3.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, that makes the new total 10,000. If I could get that in the form of a motion.
Motion.
Motion by Councilwoman Parrish Wright, second by Councilman Syme. If there's no further discussion on the amended ordinance, it requires a roll call vote. Madam Clerk, please open the voting.
Just 1 moment, sir. Do you want to vote, Councilwoman?
Councilwoman Hawkins. Councilwoman Hawkins. Are you voting?
Thank you all.
Mr. President, you have 26 yes votes.
Thank you. The ordinance is adopted. Madam Clerk, a reading of item 71.
An ordinance appropriating $20,000 from neighborhood development funds in the following manner: $10,000 each from Districts 5 and 6 through the Office of Management Budget to ElderServe Inc. for operating costs for the More Life Senior Program as amended, read in full.
A motion by Councilman Symes, second by Councilman Baker. Is there any discussion? Councilman Baker.
Thank you. I have to withdraw an appropriation for the $10,000 appropriation from District 6 due to limited resources, and so we need to make an amendment on that as well.
Okay, so we'll remove that $10,000.
So can I move that as an amendment?
And then yes, well, we'll remove that $10,000, and then I assume there's probably other, potentially other additions, right? So I don't know if
I'd like to
Councilman
speak.
Purvis would like to speak on this.
And then I'd like to move it to Councilwoman
Thank
Purvis.
you.
I'm sorry about that.
Councilman Purvis, you have the floor.
Thank you. ElderServe is in need of support for the operations. They need support for the operations so that they can move forward with their planned project of helping seniors in the West End community that are now suffering with dementia and Alzheimer's. For these types of diagnoses, there are very, very limited resources for support in the West End, and so this is why it is necessary to help them so that they can go ahead and get this program running, and this program will make the whole facility self-sustainable once they put it into action and start billing for the services. It will be a great revenue stream for them. So I'm asking my colleagues to support this, and please help out if you can. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Purvis. Councilman Arthur?
Thank you so much. We received an email earlier with remaining balances, and I was kind of surprised. Our accounting was off. It looks like District 4 has about $2,700 left in our account, and I'd like to use that for this project.
Okay, thank you. So $2,700 for 4. Councilman Parrish-Wright?
$2,500 from District 3. We know that ElderServe serves all of our districts.
Thank you. Councilwoman Rui?
1,000 from 21.
Thank you. Councilman Owen?
500 from 9.
Thank you. Councilman Flood?
2,000 from District 24.
Thank you. 2,000 from 17, please, Madam Clerk. Anybody else? Councilwoman Hawkins?
2,000 from District 1.
Thank you. Anybody else? I don't see anybody else in queue. Like 40 grand.
$52,300 left.
So you guys put you down for the balance? Would you like to contribute at all? Okay. So the amended change is reducing the 10,000 from District 6 and adding a total of 12,700. So it adds 2,007 net, makes the new total 22,700 by my calculation. Correct, Madam Clerk? If I could get that in a motion. Motion by Councilman Symes, second by Councilwoman Fowler. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The amended ordinance is before us. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none. This is an ordinance requiring a roll call vote. Madam Clerk, please open the voting.
Mr. President, you have 26 yes votes.
Thank you. The ordinance is adopted. Madam Clerk, a reading of item 72.
An ordinance appropriating $15,000 from neighborhood development funds in the following manner: $10,000 from District 6 and $5,000 from District 5 through the Office of Management Budget to One West Corporation for production costs associated with the Winter Wonderland event in Shawnee Park, as amended, read in full.
A motion by Councilman Symes.
Second.
Second by Councilwoman Parrish-Wright. Is there any discussion? Councilman Baker.
This is also in Councilwoman Purvis, who will speak to this item.
Thank you. Councilwoman Purvis.
Sorry. Winter Wonderland is an event that's actually taking place this weekend, and it is free to the public. It's a beautiful event. I went to One West today. They have done all these 55-gallon bags of candy to hand out. And so I'm asking for my colleagues to support, if you can, so that we can create some happy faces with some babies. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, 500 from 17, please. Colleagues, anybody else? Councilwoman Rui?
500 from 21.
Thank you. Councilwoman Parrish Wright?
$750 from District 3.
Thank you. Councilman Owen?
500, 9.
Thank you. Councilman Hudson?
500 for 23.
Thank you. Councilwoman McCraney?
500, District 7.
Thank you. Seeing no one else, that makes our new total $18,250. If I could get that in the form of a motion. Motion by Councilwoman Chapel, second by Councilman Baker. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. If there's no further discussion on the amended ordinance that requires a roll call vote, Madam Clerk, please open the voting.
Mr. President, oh, I'm sorry, Councilman. Mr. President, you have 26 yes votes.
Thank you. The ordinance is adopted. Madam Clerk, a reading of item 73.
An ordinance appropriating $53,153.46 from District 12 Neighborhood Development Funds to the Economic Development for costs associated with partnering with Southwest Dream Team to create and implement a plan to develop Lower Hunters Town Center and to develop a long-term plan for Sylvania Park as amended, read in full.
Good. A motion by Councilman Piagentini, second by Councilman Rui. Is there any discussion? Councilman Baker?
Yes, this is in Councilman Blackwell's district, and so he'll speak to this. All right.
Thank you. Councilman Blackwell?
Thank you, Mr. President. So two things with Southwest Dream Team. We all, I think everyone's pretty aware of what the work that they do. This is going to economic development to work on two pieces. One is the town center on Dixie, which was part of the Dixie Master Plan, and the other is for their part of Sylvania. So we're doing two things with that. You'll see also one to the Park Alliance to work on the kind of replacing what is already there and what the community sees as important for the park moving forward. And then this is the part for Southwest Dream Team where they've been working on the other side of using the Mill Creek as an opportunity for some recreational uses as well. So it's kind of combining the two. And so looking for a yes vote.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, this is an ordinance requiring a roll call vote. Madam Clerk, please open the voting. He's right there. Councilman Reno Weber, are you a yes vote?
Mr. President, you have 26 yes votes.
Thank you. The ordinance is adopted. Madam Clerk, a reading of item 74.
An ordinance appropriating $50,000 from neighborhood development funds in the following manner: $30,000 from District 23 and $20,000 from District 24 to Metro Parks for production costs for the 2025 Friday Fest and Highview Park Concert Series as amended, read in full.
Thank you. Could I get a motion and second? Motion by Councilman Piagentini, second by Councilman Syme. Is there any discussion? Councilman Baker?
Yes, Councilman Hudson will speak to this item.
Councilman Hudson?
Thank you, Mr. President. This is funding for the annual Highview Fest, a series of concerts in the park that I invite all council members to come to and enjoy. I appreciate your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Engel?
$2,000, please, from District 22.
Thank you, Councilman Engel. Madam Clerk, 500 from 17, please.
So noted.
Councilman Rui?
500 from 21.
Thank you. Councilman Owen?
500 from 9.
Thank you. Anybody else? Councilman Reno Weber?
1,000 from 8.
Thank you. Anyone else? Seeing no one, that makes the new total 54,500. If I could get that in the form of a motion. Motion by Councilman Piagentini, second by Councilman Baker. All those in favor of the amendment say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. If there's no further discussion on the amended ordinance, it requires a roll call vote. Madam Clerk, please open the voting.
Mr. President, you have 25 yes votes.
Thank you. The ordinance is adopted. Madam Clerk, a reading of item 75.
An ordinance appropriating $4,500 from neighborhood development funds in the following manner: $1,500 each from districts 15, 17, and 24 through the Office of Management and Budget to Stage 1 Family Theater, Inc. for costs associated with storyteller performances at public libraries in Jefferson County as amended. Read in full.
Thank you. Motion by Councilman Symes, second by Councilman Piagentini. Is there any discussion? Councilman Baker.
Yes, Councilwoman Chapel will speak to this item.
Thank you. Councilman Chapel.
Thank you so very much, Councilman Baker. This is for Stage 1 Family Theater for costs associated with their storyteller performances at public libraries across Louisville Metro. This is a total ask of $9,492. So we're obviously falling short. And so I would love some additional support on this. And just a little background, Storytellers is a 40-minute interactive, engaging storytime series that incorporates music, movement, reading, and acting to assist children ages 18 months to 8 years, developing building blocks for literacy and a love of theater. Local artists bring books to life for audiences while exploring themes of friendship, diversity, community, giving, and gratitude. So I would appreciate council not only yes votes, but also some money for storytellers' performances. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Rui.
500 from 21.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councilman Owen.
Got 1,000.
1,000 for Councilman Owen. Thank you. Councilman Rita Weber. Thank you.
1,058.
Councilman Parrish Wright.
1,000, please.
Thank you. Colleagues, anybody else? Councilman Mulvihill.
500 from District 10.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, that makes the new total $8,500. Can I get that in the form of a motion? Motion by Councilman Piagentini, second by Councilman Fowler. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The amended ordinance is before us, and hearing no further discussion requires a roll call vote. Madam Clerk, please open the voting.
Mr. President, you have 26 yes votes.
Thank you. The ordinance is adopted. Madam Clerk, a reading of item 76.
An ordinance relating to the zoning of property located at 8300 Cooper Chapel Road, containing approximately 74.2 acres and being Louisville Metro case number 23 zone 0120, amendment by substitution. Read in full.
Thank you. The motion by Councilman Symes, second by Councilman Piagentini. The ordinance is properly moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Councilwoman Flood.
Thank you, Mr. President. The zoning change from R4 to R4, R6, and PRD at 8300 Cooper Chapel Road contains 74 acres. In 2021, the Metro Council overturned a former change in zoning with a proposal for 29 acres for R6 for 432 multifamily units and 88 single-family lots. This plan calls for 60 detached single-family lots, 40 semi-detached single-family townhomes, and 408 multifamily units. The site contains environmentally sensitive features, including a protected waterway, steep slopes, and karst features. I asked during the presentation if there had been any significant traffic changes since the previous proposal was denied. Brian Davis with Planning and Design responded that nothing had changed with the traffic issues other than the right-of-way acquisition for Cooper Chapel Road extension had begun. The Planning Commission approved the proposal on a vote of 3-2. Councilman Hudson introduced findings of fact supporting a denial, and the committee voted 8-1, 8 yes votes and 1 present. So tonight's yes vote would be to uphold the committee's recommendation to deny and overturn the Planning Commission's decision. And this is in Councilman Jeff Hudson's district. If you would please, I would like to yield the floor to him, please.
Thank you. Councilman Hudson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, many of you will recognize this amendment by substitution as being almost identical to an amendment by substitution that many of you voted to approve in April of 2021. Indeed, this is the same developer and essentially the same development on essentially the same parcel of land, under essentially the same set of circumstances as the case that was brought before Metro Council in 2021. In that case, Metro Council voted unanimously to overturn the recommendation of the Planning Commission, citing 5 alternative findings of fact for which the project failed to comply with the land use codes. In the case before us today, the Planning Commission voted to recommend approval by the narrowest possible margin of 3-2. The Planning and Zoning Committee just last week voted unanimously to approve the amendment by substitution before us today with 8 yes votes. This amendment by substitution provides alternative findings of fact showing that this development fails to comply with 4 of the land use codes. I ask for your support and will gladly address any questions or concerns that you may have.
Thank you. Councilman Fowler?
Yes, I'd just like to exercise the 90-minute rule, please.
So you're making a motion?
Yes.
Okay. Motion and a second. All those in favor of invoking the 90-minute rule, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No. The ayes have it. Madam Clerk, if you can note the time, it is 8:46. Okay. Is there any further discussion? Councilman Reno Weber.
So, a couple of things. First off, I want to commend my colleague here. I feel like this is exactly how the process of legislation should happen. You have been very open to conversation. We've tried to come to a resolution. I ended up disagreeing with you, but I have to say that I just want to tip my hat that at no moment has there been anything other than respect, thoughtful consideration, and this is what I hope we can continue to do in this council moving forward. And to my new colleagues coming in, this is how we're supposed to disagree. I also will note, having been on the committee, that part of that passed this unanimously. The reason that we passed it unanimously was to give you the time to have the conversation with the developer, which you did in all good intent and good faith. And I appreciate that, all of the work that you did on this. I also appreciate that at the end of the day, I have a very hard time in a community where we really are struggling so much with housing and where we are asking of developers to create exactly this kind of development, saying no to this many housing units, which, we need 35,000 housing units, and this is 1.7% of them. Like, this is a material thing. I am open to having many more conversations and introducing binding elements that would say we would need to upgrade the road infrastructure and we cannot have certificate of occupancy until then. I also will be continuing to push to address the other issues that are part of this, which is access to public transit, supportive infrastructure around that. I fully believe that we need to have a public transit system that we fund fully that can reach this development and every other part of our community. And I will be continuing to say that it will be very hard for me to look at the members of our community who are looking for housing and say, we had this opportunity and we turned it down. So that's where I end up on this, and I hope that we will end up being a community that is not any longer at the very bottom of our peer cities for the ease of development, because we need to address our codes and regs process, and developers find us as council very complicated to navigate. So that's it.
Thank you, Councilman Reno Weber. Councilman Piagentini.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to correct something that was said. The housing report says we're short 35,000 units. That is below the 80% AMI income threshold. It says we have a surplus of market rate housing at 100% of AMI and above. This is all market rate housing. There is no affordable housing component in this whatsoever. So to invoke the housing study and to say that we need housing, yes, we need affordable housing, of which this does not qualify and does not fall into the bucket that helps address that. Secondly, I've pulled up a chart that I've shared with you all that I talk about every time development comes up in this community. And that is the chart that Planning and Design had put out, development by district. Okay? I look at this as a measure of which districts are pro-development, which districts are bearing the brunt of that development, and which ones are not. District 23 comes in under single-family housing, comes in third place overall over the past 5 years, and in multifamily housing comes in second place in this city in new developments over the past 5 years. 23 is second only to 24 in multifamily housing. So it's all happening in that same area, okay? What Councilman Hudson is asking for is not anti-development. It is not because he doesn't want development. I'm looking at, when I look at adding all the single-family and multifamily housing units together, I'm looking at districts in this city that have contributed very little to almost nothing to the housing issue. And meanwhile, are about to, or have already started speaking against what Councilman Hudson is advocating here. Again, keeping in mind, the representatives of those same districts 2 years ago voted against this precise same development under these precise same circumstances in this precise same place. Okay? There are a handful of districts in this city that have borne the brunt of this, and we keep hearing the same stories. We agree, we need to fight for infrastructure, we need to fight for public transit, we need to fight for those things. Good, let's fight for them. Let's get that done. And then let's explode the development over there. We also have areas of this city that are begging for new development, that have tons of infrastructure in place, that have public transit in place, and we see very little to no development in there, right? There are opportunities. I hear council members that have begged for new development and want it in their district, right? And want developers to consider them. Have the infrastructure in place. Let's incentivize that. Let's do things that help support that idea. But to continue to force into these areas and then tell these constituents, you know, don't worry about the safety issues you're going to have, the transportation issues you're going to have, and all these other things. We're going to get to that one day, I promise. We'll get there, right? It'll happen. It's coming, right? I can tell you, as the #1 fastest growing district in the city, it doesn't come. I am fighting infrastructure battles from developments from 10, 15, 20 years ago. I'm still fighting those battles. The money's not coming. TARC is not coming. The infrastructure is not coming in any reasonable pace to say that we should put this in and then hope for the best. This is not an anti-development issue. This does not address our affordable housing issue. This does not, once again, we have a scenario where there were findings of fact and conclusions of law. The Planning Commission admits they were not addressed. If inconsistency is the problem, then inconsistency is precisely what we would be doing if we approve this today when nothing substantive changed and we didn't approve it 2 years ago. I would ask my colleagues and friends here to, as we have done many times in the past, look at the facts, look at the council member who's speaking from experience, who's speaking from a position of being a pro-development, pro-growth district, and saying, look, there is such a thing as development that doesn't make sense in individual circumstances. We approve the vast, vast, vast majority of development that comes through here. I reject this idea that we are overturning things left, right, and center. It's actually quite rare that we do it. And this is one of those circumstances that the facts are there, the precedent is there, and it doesn't do anything to address any other new externalities that have developed over the past couple of years. I would ask you all to support my friend and approve his amendment by substitution as already passed out of the Planning and Zoning Committee. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilwoman Hawkins.
He answered my question.
You're through.
Horrible.
Thank you. Councilman Hudson.
Can't get my microphone to turn on. Thank you, Councilman Piangentini. A lot of what Councilman Piangentini just said was what I was going going to say, so thank you for putting it in much more eloquent terms than I could have. And to reiterate a little of it, I am not opposed to development. I'll put the development up in my district up against anybody. But the land use codes that we have are the rules we are to live by. If we don't like the rules, let's change the rules. But we can't just set the rules aside because we don't like them. There's been conversation already here about a binding element. There's been lobbying going on, like on the show Survivor. Everybody's going around whispering in each other's ears. And in the course of that, I've learned that I've been told that I am okay with this not passing as long as I can vote no on it. That is not true. I am not okay with this, period, because it does not comply with the codes, does not comply with the law. Again, if we don't like the law, that's what this body can do, is change the law, and let's go down that path. I'm sure I'm going to be back in the queue. I'll hold off. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Owen?
Thank you, President Winkler. This one, I am torn by this one, and I've spoken to Councilman Hudson about this many times, and I can see both arguments very clearly. I've also said in planning and zoning recently that I'm extremely concerned about what I see as what's going to be a chicken and egg scenario as it relates to infrastructure and new development. The reason all of these developments are occurring in these areas, these are the areas that are undeveloped. And many of these areas have infrastructure that is not up to snuff to support the development. So that's a chicken and egg scenario. The reason I loved the idea, and the reason I passed it out of committee, of the binding element that would have allowed them to go ahead with the construction of the project once there was something in place that was going to guarantee that the biggest issue related to infrastructure, the road, was going to be moved forward. So I am very concerned that we're setting a precedent going forward where if the infrastructure is not good enough, we can't develop something. And that will be true broadly in many of our non-developed suburban areas. So I'm just, once you're in that game of chicken, how do you get out of it? And that concerns me quite a bit. At the end of the day, I'm probably going to be on board with my council member friend here, Rena Weber, because of, it is a development. The developer has done what we've asked in the sense that they've created multiple housing types. They've done a lot of the things that we've asked. I was not on council in 21 when it came before us before. So for me, I'm kind of bringing new eyes to it. I appreciate Councilman Hudson and the way he's approached it. We've had open conversations about it. And again, it's been hard for me. But I think in setting the precedent that we're not going to build until the roads come, that worries me so much that I don't want to set that precedent. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilman Rena Weber?
So a couple times we have said that this is in violation of the law, and I'd like to ask the county attorney for a clarification on that. My understanding is it's in violation of our guidance, but I just want to be super clear about that.
County attorney?
Travis Feet. Oh. Testing. Travis Feast here, Assistant County Attorney. I apologize, Councilman. I was texting with another councilperson. Can you repeat your question, please?
Sorry, a couple of times there's been the assertion that this development would be in violation of the law, and I just want to clarify. I'm not sure what that would be in this instance. And
so I assume the law here, meaning the comprehensive plan, whether or not this complies with the comprehensive plan, but whoever made the statement would really need to explain it themselves beyond that, I think, unless there's some sort of specific assertion of illegality. that'd be my interpretation.
Land use code.
So is it in violation of the land use code? That's the?
So I mean, that's what the planning commission and you all decide is whether or not a plan conforms to the comprehensive plan. There is one variance, so it's not a strict compliance with the land development code as far as the plan is concerned. But as far as the zoning is concerned, again, that's really your all's purview to determine whether or not this is in compliance with the comprehensive plan.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so thank you for that. I mean, I think that, as a whole, you will consistently hear me voting for development by right along transit corridors, which this is not. And I'm in favor of density, and I can't speak to my predecessors, but I know that I, in my district, am also in favor of density, and I'm going to get a lot about some of the developments that are coming in the next little bit, to which I say, listen, this is an issue that we are going to have to address as a community. There is a market for housing. If there is more housing, prices go down. I mean, that is the universe that we live in. That is, I mean, I was joking with my colleague earlier, like I find myself in the odd position of arguing the market pieces of this on what is usually the other side, because I usually support, less of that. So in my head, I feel like this chicken and egg problem is going to be something we brace forever, right? We are going to be forever trying to balance each individual thing and say, all right, if we build the people, that builds the momentum for building the infrastructure and the jobs that we need there, or we wait for the infrastructure and then hope the people come. And I'm going to be in favor of us pushing forward as a city on the developments where we can.
Thank you, Councilman Reno Weber. Councilman Ackerson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like you all to take a little note of this. Councilman Owen, Councilman Reno Weber, and Councilman Ackerson are in agreement for once. That should say something. If nothing else, it should get your attention. I'm not saying it carries the day, but it should get you to listen to what we're talking about here. And that is this. Yes, this does not afford an element of affordable housing. But as my esteemed colleague has pointed out, we are still in need of more housing, and the more housing period drives down housing prices. Fewer houses, all housing prices go up, including the cheaper, which should be affordable housing prices. 3 years ago, this was before us, and we rejected it because of our infrastructure concerns. We said, build the infrastructure first, and then we'll consider a project like this. That equation has not worked, which is why we're back here again. We're back here at the need of waiting for the infrastructure isn't going to bring about the growth that we're talking about. So the growth comes, and the need for the infrastructure then follows. That's that we're talking about here, and try to progress this city forward. Plain and simple. There is, my understanding is it passed out of committee so that there could be time to discuss further things. The negative recommendation passed out, trying to force further discussions. Well, those further discussions have bear some fruit. One of the biggest concerns right now is the roads. And there is a binding element now the developer is willing to have placed upon this. In which case, the road, the connector road, to the Gene Snyder, they're not going to be putting shovels in the ground until the contracts are signed to widen that connector road that takes you to the Gene Snyder. That's the development that people want. Without this project and without that happening, we're not going to have that growth. We're not going to have that further investment in the community's infrastructure. So we can flounder. We floundered for 3 years. We could flounder for another 8 years. Or we could take a chance and allow development to happen naturally in the course. My esteemed colleague, Councilman Owen, talked about the fact in our caucus that really the only places for these things to develop are out around the county. The land is interiorly is pretty much eaten up. So we're going to have to change our mentality and push the progression of growth. And as the roads and the other infrastructure comes, the chicken and the egg argument, it will afford further greater development. And that's the foresight this county and this body needs. And as such, I'm going to make a motion for an amendment by substitution to go back to the original plan, but with a binding element that requires the road infrastructure to be put in place before the project permits are issued. And I'm going to ask Mr. Feaster to please read that into the record, and I'm going to ask for a second on that. Because what we're doing here, for some of you here, there was talk about walking around like Survivor and making deals. Well, deals been made for the last week, because I've talked to a couple of you, and you said, well, I sort of, committed that I would, vote against this. Well, your commitment there was a different commitment. That commitment was based upon the project without this binding element. This binding element is a game changer. This binding element brings the road infrastructure that is needed. When you talk about the need for the grocery store, my limited understanding is Kroger's has already got plans in the works for a potential grocery store, but they need the growth of the population to justify their business decision to do it. So again, we're making a positive step towards solving some of these problems. So don't think about your previous commitments regarding this ordinance as was. Think about this being a new situation because of the new binding elements. It changes the equation, and I ask for your consideration. Mr. Feaster, if you'll read that in, I'll look for a second, and I hope that you all can support some progress in this county. Thank you.
Just to clarify procedurally, so the amendment by substitution would return us to the original ordinance language that's already on the system from when this item was first introduced. At the end of the first whereas clause, we would add the phrase with the addition of a binding element. At the end of the section 1, we would add the phrase with the addition of the following binding element. It would be binding element number 19, and it would read as follows: the owner or applicant shall not receive building permits for any residential structure on the subject property until the Commonwealth, through the Kentucky Transportation Cabinet, has awarded the contract for the road construction on the realignment of KY 864, commonly known as the Beulah Church Road project.
Thank you. So it's been made as a motion and properly moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on the amendment? Yes. Okay. Councilwoman Purvis, is your discussion on the amendment?
No.
Councilman Piagentini, is your discussion on the amendment?
Yes, two things. Again, first of all, this wasn't even remotely the only concern. There were multiple concerns and issues that haven't been addressed. So, secondly, it's worded in a way about when KYTC gives the contract. I can tell you, for somebody that has multiple state roads running through their district, how long it takes even after the contract is given on when they break ground. And again, I'm going to come back to, I'm hearing opposition against this overturn from 3 districts that I will go back to my chart and indicate have the least growth, are the most, by any objective standard, anti-development districts, not in mentality or philosophy, but in fact on how many new units have been built in their districts. 2 of those 3 districts have the most, have multiple overlays and other preventative measures to stop development in those areas. And this argument that, you just got to go into these greenfield areas where it's, farmland and, where you have open space, that's the only place to develop, is nonsense. You develop up. And it was actually when, again, predating many of my colleagues who were here, when an up development called One Park was proposed. It was the same people saying that we need new development. It was their districts that were opposing that new development because it was in their districts. And that included affordable housing units, by the way. So, again, trying to be consistent here and trying to make sure we have all the facts on the table, right? This is not a commentary on development, because this district and these areas have been consistently pro-development. They are just not willing to throw away all standards to achieve that end. And I would be very careful, all of us should be very careful to heed these factual warnings when pursuing this. So I would say we should vote no on this amendment, move forward with the existing amendment by substitution. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Councilman Flood, are you on the amendment?
Yes. Travis, Can you read the binding element one more time? Because I want to make sure that my question's in aligned with your binding element.
Sure. The owner or applicant shall not receive building permits for any residential structure on the property until the Commonwealth, through the Kentucky Transportation Cabinet, has awarded the contract for the road construction of the realignment of KY 864, commonly known as the Beulah Church Road Project.
Okay, so the permit before they award the contract, which means once the contract is awarded, they have to buy the right-of-way, right?
So I
If
believe
bu-
the
if-
right-of-way for this project's already been acquired.
For Beulah
or is
Church
very
Road?
near. I believe so.
And then 2 years, then another 2 years to move utilities, and then another 2 years for construction, and that's giving that there's no type of inclement weather they run into, or there's no problems moving utilities. Like, I do know that on the road project in Blue Lick Road, the stats on where things were located were not right, because it was not done by LG&E or MSD. It was done by, or LG&E was, but MSD was not in charge of the sewer systems back when those were built in the Okolona area. It was, I believe it was called Okolona Plumbing or something back then, and nothing aligned, so that threw the project even further behind. So we're going to give them permits without all these other things that need to happen, right? It's just they're going to award a contract, and then it'll be up to the contractor to give dates when they're going to be able to do it.
So timing-wise, it is possible that the contract will be awarded, and then the developer could pull their permits and break ground prior to KYTC breaking ground on the road, right? It's tied to the date of the contract, and if the contract's awarded in a season in which it's not ready to be built, that could occur. I know the estimates that were quoted at the hearing that KYTC has given is 2020 or 2028. Delays can happen, of course. As far as I'm aware, that timetable hasn't changed as far as KYTC estimates go, but those are the only figures that I have.
Thank you. Councilman Owen on the amendment? Yeah, no, okay. Councilman Ackerson on the amendment?
Yes, Mr. President. I've heard one of my colleagues from District 19 say, even with this amendment, there are still multiple other problems. I would love for him to explain what the multiple other problems are so we can discuss those, because it's a vague statement. You know, multiple other problems. You know, I would like to talk about what those problems are, but I'd love for you to identify what those other problems are so we are aware of those. We've talked about some of the districts being in favor of this, you know, don't have the growth. You know, they don't have the area, you know, kind of like, well, you want us to do this here, but you don't. District 26, I can't speak for anyone, the rest of you. District 26 is about tapped out on growth. We're in the middle of the city. There ain't a whole lot more that can happen. And what does happen, we've been willing to accept and embrace for growth of this city. And we will continue to do that. You know, the St. Barnabas Church property, for instance, same developer, LDG, putting in apartments there. Some people don't like it. But at the end of the day, it was growth that is necessary for this area. More housing, which creates greater housing possibilities, drives down housing prices. That's a positive. And when I hear about timelines, well, timelines, the reality is this. While, yes, they may say one thing and the timeline could get delayed, they may say one thing and the timeline could be sped up. We don't know. That's the risk we take on, well, you're laughing, but at the end of the day, if I'm the contractor, I want to make my money. I'm not trying to draw it out. But at the end of the day is this, is we don't know whether there's going to be a delay in timelines or not. And that's the risk we take when dealing with these situations. If you want the certainty, again, we're back to the chicken and the egg. Go ahead and make it all get built first. The road's built, get the Krogers in there, get the car washes, whatever you need to make you feel comfortable that all of a sudden this is the right place now. We can wait for that. It ain't never going to happen that way. We take risks when we strive for growth in the economy. And that's what we're asking here today, is we're asking for us to take some chances, calculated chances, but at the same time, chances that give us a greater growth as a community a greater housing possibility. And I would ask for you to consider all that when voting on this. And I would also ask for some further identification on what these other multiple problems are so we can debate those and talk about those and how serious those are versus just saying lots of other problems. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilman Ackerson. Councilman Hudson, is it on the amendment?
Yes.
Okay,
Thank
proceed.
you, Mr. President. I won't steal too much of Councilman Piangentini's thunder, but I will answer a little bit of your question. I'll give you some. This amendment, I believe the wording, County Attorney Feaster, was the Beulah Church Road realignment. Is that correct? Yep. So there are actually 3 state road projects that all intersect with this small parcel of land. The smallest of those road projects is the Beulah Church Road realignment project. On each side of that realignment project is the Cooper Chapel Extension project, which is currently tied up in eminent domain issues, could take forever. The widening of Beulah Church Road all the way up to the Snyder is another road project. It's a huge project. So if this binding element in a perfect world addressed that one road project, you still got 2 others on either side of it that would feed into the chaos of the traffic that this is going to develop. So it's like a lump in the snake. You have a little 18-foot road widening up and then narrowing back down. It doesn't really help the situation that much. So that's one of them. My colleague stated that this Kroger that is being developed needs this project in order to succeed. The steel work is currently going up on that Kroger. This Kroger was in the works way before this project came along, and it doesn't need this project to succeed in order for it to succeed. It helps, but it doesn't need it. I'm hoping that Kroger develops future commercial development in the area. I hope it spawns more commercial development around it. But a grocery store does not make an economic center. It makes a grocery store. One of the, and this is sort of an answer to my colleague's question, what other problems? This binding element, in its perfect sense, addresses one of the land use codes that it does not comply with. It doesn't address the other 3 land use codes that it does not comply with. So we're still batting 2,500. So I'll get back in the queue. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Piagentini, I assume it's on the amendment.
I'll tell you what, I'll speed this up because I can do one of 2 things. I can explain the other problems, or I can say they're all spelled out in the amendment by substitution. Feel free to read it. I can read it for you, but that's what was proposed in planning and zoning, and that's what was passed out unanimously out of planning and zoning. So I would encourage my colleagues to read it. It's on there. It's been available for the public, so you can see all of those things. They were debated at planning and zoning. They passed at planning and zoning, and now they're here in front of us. So I would say let's just go ahead and vote on the motion on the floor, and that will tell us what we're doing here, if we're moving forward with that motion or we're moving forward with Councilman Hudson's motion. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Second.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Hearing none, this will allow a voice vote, but I'm going to, take my chances and say, let's go ahead and do a roll call vote. So this is only for the amendment, just for the record. So for Councilman Ackerson's amendment.
So can you explain indeed what will happen even if the amendment in the
Yes. So, and Travis, I will explain. Travis, you set me straight. Okay. So the amendment before us basically reverts back to the Planning Commission's approval with the addition of the binding element related to 846 or 486 or I lost track. 864. Thank you. So I knew it was one of those 3 numbers. Yeah. And then we still would have to vote on the so this only moves it back to the Planning Commission approval, which we would then further debate if we so chose, although I don't know for what purpose at that point, but alas.
Clear? You are voting to go back to reverse Councilman Hudson's, go support Councilman Ackerson's, going back to supporting the Planning Commission's approval with the addition of a binding element that they cannot begin construction until the contract for the road work has been granted. It is a roll call vote, please.
Councilman Ackerson, I'm just waiting on your vote, sir. Mr. President, you have 12 yes votes and 13 no votes and 1 present vote.
Fails. So the present ordinance is before us. Going back to the queue, Councilwoman Purvis.
I forgot what I was going to say.
Okay. Councilman Owen.
I just wanted to clarify the comment about One Park. I actually voted for One Park, and I would argue that I was a leading voice on getting the zoning changed to accommodate for One Park. So just wanted to make sure that that was clear. What I opposed was the TIF on One Park, which came later. So just wanted to clarify that record. And by the way, that was a vote that a lot of people in my district were not real happy with. So we do have to do that sometimes. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Ackerson.
Thank you, Mr. President. My amendment is failed. That's it. But let's just be honest, because now, as my colleague has invited me to fully read and figure out the problems, well, let's take a moment and do that. You know, it's if you look at the whereases, you know, they've got a problem with the multifamily residents. Similar to what happened in 2021, we've talked about that. On the Kroger development, they say, whereas some significant changes are expected in the area, notable the approval of the Kroger and related development to Beulah Church Road, improvements Cooper Chapel, Beulah Church, and Cedar Creek Roads. None of these have been constructed, and maybe years until they're completed. Ultimately, if you go through the things they complain about here, read it. None of them are major issues. And as such, without the amendment, which just failed 12 to 13, I don't think you should vote for this either. The amendment by substitution that is presently before us, I would argue you should not vote for it. We had a chance to add the binding element for the road. But if you were to go back and read this, you were told to read it rather than have it explained to you. Because the reality is that they'd explained it to you. It is nothing more than a paper tiger. They don't want it. These reasons for denying this development are not solid. Please read this. If nothing else, take a couple minutes. And at this point, if the amendment didn't pass that I was proposing, my position would be you should vote against this amendment by substitution and move forward with the plan. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilman Ackerson. Councilman Hudson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to address the statement that the Planning Commission wanted this. I want to read from the record an excerpt from the testimony from the Planning Commission. This is one of the commissioners. I think back at the decisions we have made in the last 60 days. Properties on Eastwood Fisherville Road, kind of in the same situation. Major residential developments that are a long ways away from anything. The MRDI on Johnson Road is similar. Major subdivision on Aiken Road. I do agree with, and I'm going to redact the name of the other commissioner, on this one. It's not often that we agree, but I do agree that it does concern me about these new developments that are being built on a narrow country through roads, kind of out of the way from everything. I would submit to you that that is the testimony of a man that does not agree with this development, yet he chose to approve it. This is the reason people hate government. All the Planning Commission did was throw it over the wall to us. And we are here today arguing the pros and cons of this, when in the record, there are 4 land use development codes, land use codes, that it does not comply with. I'll go back to my previous statement. These are the rules we've been handed. If we don't like them, let's change them. But if it doesn't comply, we can't approve this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Hudson. Councilman Piagentini, Donahue. Is there any other discussion? Seeing none, this is an ordinance requiring a roll call vote. Madam Clerk, please open the voting.
Final ordinance.
We're voting. Mr. President, there's some questions on what a yes vote means and what a no vote means. Could you clarify, please?
Yes, so at this point, a yes vote supports the previously passed amendment by substitution, which overturns the Planning Commission's vote. So,
Thank you.
yes, Councilman Flood?
You've just won planning and zoning chair.
Okay.
Mr. President, you have 19 yes votes and 6 no votes.
Thank you. The ordinance is adopted. Madam Clerk, a reading of item 77.
An ordinance relating to the zoning of properties located at 5131 through 5137 Poplar Louisville Road, containing approximately 1.26 acres and being in Louisville Metro, case number 23-0129. Read in full.
Motion to approve.
Motion by Councilman Engel, second by Councilman Baker. Is there any discussion? Councilman Flood?
Thank you, Mr. President. The change in zoning from R4 to R6 located at 5131 through 5137 Poplar Louisville Road. The site contains 4 parcels, with 3 are undeveloped tracts and 1 with a single-family residency near a commercial zone. The applicant proposes to demolish the structure on the one tract and construct a 20-unit apartment complex consisting of 2 buildings that are 2-story. The applicant proposes a right-in, right-out only means of ingress and egress to the property. There is a median on Poplar Louisville Road that would impede a left turn onto Poplar Louisville Road. 6 people spoke in opposition at the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission vote was 8-1 to approve. The Planning and Zoning Committee was a vote of 8-1 to approve. And Councilwoman Shanklin, I think you said there's a binding element that Travis needs to read into the record on this. Is that correct?
Councilman Shanklin? There's a binding element you need read into the record?
A binding element that Travis needs to read. Oh, you want to speak before the binding element's added? Oh, go ahead. I mean, I'm sorry,
It's
Mr.
okay.
President.
Councilman Shanklin?
Okay. This is a project in my district that I was definitely against. And the reason why, it's a very small project. It's only 20 apartments. And I'm not that concerned about the apartments as I am about the traffic. This, it has a stoplight, a light about 50 feet from the apartments, and there's a street right there that's Oakdale, and they're not aligned. The 2 streets are not aligned with each other. So you have to go across oncoming traffic to get to Jefferson Boulevard to turn right. And so I've called the police department, and from December 1st, the last of December of last year, and 1st of December of this year, it's already been 8 accidents. And when you put another apartment complex right there on the corner where the streets are not aligned with each other, and you have to go across traffic, plus you got to deal with the GE traffic, it's just a very unsafe area. And so I know it will pass anyway, but I would have liked, before my colleagues voted against it, I would have liked them to come out there and look and see what we were up against. And so that's something that I think that is more important. When you're voting on somebody else's district, know what you're voting on before you just jump in there and vote. So we do have an amendment. There's nothing I can do about it. It's already passed. But I'm not liking this situation. When somebody gets killed right there, then we'll have it in the records. And that's why I wanted to say something about it. Okay.
Thank you, Councilman Shanklin. Councilman Feaster, you have, Attorney Feaster, you have a binding element?
I almost got promoted. So the amendment is on the system under a proposed for amendment, but I will go ahead and just read the language. Within 2 years after issuance of all certificates of occupancy, developers shall conduct a traffic assessment of the intersection of Poplar Louisville Road and Oakdale Lane at its sole cost and expense, and provide copies of such assessment to Louisville Metro Public Works and the Office of Metro Council District 2. I will note that this is one we have used on some other projects in the past where it's not necessarily large enough to warrant existing improvements, but it does give us a snapshot of what's going on here. And so hopefully Metro / the state could use this if there are improvements warranted to have the study paid for and done and not have to have that barrier.
Thank you. And can we get that in the form of a motion? Motion by Councilman Piagentini, second by Councilwoman Flood. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The amended ordinance is before us. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none. This is an ordinance requiring a roll call vote. Madam Clerk, please open the voting.
The vote for the amendment.
Mr. President, you have 25 yes votes and 1 no vote.
Thank you. The ordinance is adopted. Madam Clerk, a reading of item 78.
An ordinance amending Chapter 150 of the Louisville Jefferson County Metro Code of Ordinances, LMCO, to give greater notice to those affected by the demolition or removal of a building or structure, as amended, read in full.
Thank you. Motion by Councilman Piagentini, second by Councilman Syme. Is there any discussion? Councilman Flood.
Thank you, Mr. President. The ordinance is in regards to the notice given to for residential demolitions. Currently, the notice of intent to demolish any structure is 1 week. The change in LMCO 150.05 and LMCO 150.06 capital B defines residential buildings or structures and residential occupants and differentiates these from other structures. The reason this is on old business is because it originally asked for a 6-month notice. Now it went to a 3-month. And this was brought to us by Councilman Arthur, and he may wish to address us in the same way.
Councilman Arthur.
Thank you so much. So the short title is a little misleading. It says greater notice. Currently, there's nothing in our code of ordinances to actually require a notice. So people might do it out of the kindness of their heart, but I think it should be policy that we absolutely make law. If it helps one family find housing before something gets demolished, I think it's well worth it. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, this is an ordinance requiring a roll call vote. Madam Clerk, please open the voting.
Mr.
Yes.
President, I was in the queue, but I'd like to be added as a sponsor on this, a co-sponsor.
Thank you.
Thank
Without Councilman
I would
Arthur, I
like to be
assume
added.
no objection, Councilman Arthur?
Yeah, he has none.
Come on.
Apologies for missing you in the queue. So we'll add Councilman Parrish Wright and
Yes.
Councilman Baker.
Thank you.
Now, all those in favor say, please vote on your system.
Shut it down. Mr. President, you have 26 yes votes.
Thank you. The ordinance is adopted. Madam Clerk, a reading of item 79.
An ordinance relating to the zoning of informed district of properties located at 13698 Aiken Road and parcel ID number 002307350000, containing approximately 44.8 acres and being in Louisville Metro, case number 22 zone 0090. Read in full.
Thank you. Motion by Councilman Piagentini, second by Councilman Engel. Is there any discussion? Councilman Flood.
Thank you, Mr. President. This came to us as a denial of the change in zoning from R4 and M2 to R4, CM, and M2. The site consists of 2 contiguous lots that are within the Old Henry suburbia plan. The proposal calls for construction of 1,000-plus square foot contractor shops on each of those two lots. The Planning Commission denied the change of zoning and also denied the change in form district. So a yes tonight would be to uphold the Planning Commission's vote for denial. And this is in Councilman Piagentini's district.
Thank you. Councilman Piagentini.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, appreciate the Planning Commission's decision here. This was putting essentially industrial zoning right up against residential zoning, and I think they rightfully saw that that was an issue. So I would ask for everybody's vote to affirm their denial. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, this is an ordinance requiring a roll call vote. Madam Clerk, please open the voting.
Mr. President, you have 25 yes votes.
Thank you. The ordinance is adopted. Madam Clerk, a reading of item 80.
An ordinance relating to the zoning of properties located at 8107 and 8119 Minor Lane containing approximately 97 acres and being in Louisville Metro, case number 24 zone 0110. Read in full.
Could I get a motion and second for approval? Motion by Councilman Syme. Second by Councilman Owen. The item is before us. Councilman Flood.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a change in zoning from R4 and OR2 and C1 to EZ1 at 8107 through 8119 Minor Lane and Shadewood Avenue. The proposal calls for 1.1 million square feet of warehousing. The property is a trailer park with 56 trailers on the site. The Planning Commission brokered with the developer that they would pay each resident to move their trailer $6,000, and if they did not own their trailer, they would be paid a stipend of $2,400 to cover the first and last month's rent. This is in Councilman Dan Syme's district. There's a lot of discussion. I'd like him for you to recognize him, but after that, there's a binding element that we need to add to this.
Thank you. Councilman Syme.
Thank you, Chairwoman, and thank you, Mr. Chair. Councilwoman Madonna Flood. This is a tough vote. I don't know. I mean, I don't know how to address my constituents here who have stayed here this whole time and are getting ready to be kicked out of their homes that they've been in for years. They've got families in this trailer park that they're being kicked out of. And we had a gun to our head with this financial joke that they're giving to these folks, $6,000 to move their trailer when it costs up to $12,000, and that doesn't count what it's going to cost to hook them up. Then they said, well, we're going to give, if you haven't got a trailer to move, we're going to give you $2,400. And we figured that $1,200 for the first month and $1,200 for the second month for a 3-bedroom apartment. That's a bunch of malarkey. You can't find a 3-bedroom apartment around our area for that. They're up to $1,800. These people have been here this entire time, and they're scared to death. And I'm scared for them, and I want to apologize that I couldn't do anything. They take us out of zoning. I don't know what I can do to help, but I guarantee you I'm going to fight tooth and nail to make sure you guys get a place to go and take your children and take your families. I'm going to do everything I can, and I've got commitments from people on this council that's going to do the same thing to help you. I promise you that. I'm sickened by the public comment because they had 3 people in support of this with no rebuttal. They had 13 people that adamantly against it. And these people that was for it, they had rebuttal time. And half of these people can't even speak English. Can't even speak English. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I couldn't help you. But I promise you, I'm not going to stop until you get help. I promise you that. I've not seen these people. But it's breaking my heart. And we had a little huddle here, and I think I've got commitment from these folks up here that are from the other side of the aisle. Thank you. And I'm going to give them a time to speak on this, and I hope they will, but this is wrong. This is wrong. And you know what? They said if we don't take the 6,000, they don't get a dime. If we don't take the 2,400, they don't get a dime. And that's what these big guys come in with, the big money, and muscle them around. And now I don't know how many people we're going to create houseless. Who's going to end up homeless out of these groups? We've got a trailer park next to them. They're getting ready to do the same thing. They're trying to absorb some of these folks, but they don't have enough room. We're trying to deal with Dosker Manor. We're trying to deal with others and all the displacement. These folks can't even speak English, and we're putting them on the streets. We've got to do better than that. I do have to thank planning and zoning, because if it wasn't for them, they wouldn't get the 6,000. They at least had to fight for that. But I wasn't allowed to be in there to fight the original fight. And I still can't get over that one. But again, I want to apologize. And again, we're going to be here and we're going to help you. I promise you that. I'm going to do everything in my power to help you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilman Syme. Councilman Parrish-Wright?
Thank you. I want to just echo the sentiments of Councilman Syme. I want to tell the families that we're trying to work together. I had my legislative aide, Ben, trying to communicate with them. Also, Councilman Arthur. They have a little one over there who's translating for us, and they understand what's happening. They need more time, and I don't know what we can do because time is limited. They need more time to get things situated, and everything Councilman Syme has said. We've been back here trying to figure out what we can do, if there's a community ministry option to help offset the other move costs and relocation costs. And as Councilman Syme has expressed, we all see what's going on with Dosker Manor and the other relocations, and it's really hard on people. And we have a few trailer parks in our district, and they're full. And so I don't know what we can do, but I want the families to know that we are going to do everything we can. And thank you. So it looks like, unfortunately, so they can get the 6,000 and the 2,400, that we have to vote for this for them to get that. I would hope that we can compel whoever the new owners of the land is to give them the extended time, because I don't think as a council we have enough time to do much more yet.
Thank you. Councilman Flood.
Thank you, Mr. President. Since this is the last time I will have a voice on this council to mention this, this is ludicrous that we find ourselves in this situation where this group of people cannot even move their trailers for that type of money. We have got to come up with some kind of, I hate to say everything's a law, but we have got to come up when people are being displaced like this, that somebody has to come up with the money to help move. Just like the state or federal government, when they buy property and they displace you, there is money that is given to you, and it's fair and equitable. And I will tell you that a one-bedroom in my district that borders Councilman Syme's, a one-bedroom in my district is going at $1,300 a month. And you're well over $2,400 for a two-bedroom, 2 to 3 bedroom. I mean, it's just, we've found ourselves in a conundrum because, like you said, if we don't vote for this, they get nothing. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Flood. Councilman Arthur.
Thank you. I strongly discourage you all to amend the anti-displacement law, but if you do, requirements for families that are displaced because of changes in zoning is something that we were really interested in early in the process a few years ago. Also, encourage you all in the new year, if possible, to contribute what you can to help families move in addition to what they're being given. Sometimes we don't get to see the faces of the people that are impacted and receive the benefit of the grants that we approve. But these people are sitting right in front of us right now, and they are desperate to get our help. So please, if you have anything available, contribute to help them move. And to the people that are here, I just want to say I'm sorry. Gracias y lo siento. And please, please, please do what you can to make sure you help them in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Hawkins.
This is disheartening, and my heart goes out to you all. Councilman Symes, whatever you need, this is what we're here for, guys. We need to definitely try to come together with the administration to try to see what we can do about this. It just seems if we stop displacing so many people, then maybe we won't need so much housing. You know, it's what it's seeming like. There's been a lot of people that's being displaced, which is gonna allot for more housing the more you displace people. So I think that, you know, the Planning Commission, they should take a look at that as well. We get a lot of things that if they looked at it in a different set of lenses, then, you know, we wouldn't have such hard cases. Again, I'm gonna say this. When I first joined Metro Council, one of the things that I asked Nicole George was, what would you do different? And she said, I would always go out and take a look at every zoning case that I get. Now I understand why. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Hawkins. Councilwoman Purvis.
Thank you. I wanted to piggyback on Councilwoman Paris Wright. I guess we need to identify a nonprofit that we can get money to ASAP to assist these families with moving. But I wanted to also ask, if we vote this down, what does that mean? Does this give them more time? So I think it's terrible that the government is getting an ultimatum. Either we vote yes or no, and they're taking it out on them. So if we vote this down, they can't go from they can't change the zoning, right? They can't change the zoning if we vote it down.
We'd have to have alternative findings of fact.
Say that again.
You'd have to offer an amendment by substitution with alternative findings of fact.
I see what you're saying. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Rui?
Yes, thank you very much. First of all, let me say lo siento, yo entiendo. This is a painful process, and I understand Councilman Symes' struggles here, and I offer my support in any way that we need to do to figure out how to make this process smoother, because we know, unfortunately, yeah, they're probably going to go. But what can we do to make it smoother? So I'm offering my support. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Flood?
Mr. President, could we go ahead and add that binding element real quick so that doesn't slip by? Travis, if you'll please.
Sure. So this would be an amendment to binding element number 6. Binding element number 6 was created by planning staff to sort of lay out how the closure process should function. Originally, it just included some language regarding housing counselor. Then the funding was added at Planning Commission. So this is an additional layer. In 6 sub A, it would now read, the owners and/or applicants shall host a meeting with all residents on the property. Notice of this meeting shall be given, this is the new language, in both English and Spanish to all residents 14 days in advance of the meeting. A copy of this notice shall also be provided to the Office of Planning and placed in the case file of record. At this meeting, the owners and/or applicants shall state the intent to close the park, identify the earliest date at which closure will begin, minimum of 30 days from the meeting required by this part, and provide contact information for themselves and other persons involved in the closure and relocation. This next sentence is also new. The owners and/or applicants shall have a Spanish language translator, available at the meeting. And then sub B would also be amended. The existing language reads, a housing counselor or other individuals with similar experience in local housing services shall be retained to evaluate, document, and provide resources to each occupant and their families to assist with relocation. Next sentence is new. The housing counselors shall also have Spanish language translation available as needed with reasonable notice. Upon conclusion of this outreach, the counselor shall provide documentation to the Office of Planning, slight change here, that shall be placed in the case file of record which states the time period of the outreach effort, summarizes services and resources provided, and indicates how many, if any, declined counseling. The housing counselor has reimbursement up to $6,000 for moving expenses to the owner of each owned mobile home, parentheses, and for those who cannot move their mobile home, close parentheses, and up to $2,400 for tenants of each park-owned mobile home. The rest of binding element 6 would remain the same. And I apologize if this is incorrect time, but I just wanted to briefly state there are some states that do have statutes on park closures. It's not authority we really have at the local level, but there are some greater protections elsewhere. We just don't have that at the moment.
Thank you. So could I get a motion and second for that binding element?
Motion.
Motion by Councilman Syme, second by Councilman Parrish Wright. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. I think, Councilman Flood, does that finish you in the queue? Okay. Councilman Reed?
Thank you, Mr. President. I've heard $6,000, and I guess this is a question for Councilman Syme. In a perfect world, what would that number need to be?
We've seen numbers up to $12,000, and that's just to move it. If once they get it to the destination, they have to hook it up, and that costs money. These folks don't have it.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, sorry. Travis took care of my questions. I was worried about translation. I hate that we don't have it here, but we're working on it. We found a way to communicate. And then you answered my question about making sure the documentation is in both English and Spanish. Thank you.
How many families are being affected by this?
57 that I know of, 57 trailers, 57 families, 57.
Thank you.
Yeah, Councilmember Bachchan?
Yeah, I was going to ask the same question. I'm going to defer to Councilman Ackerson if he's still want to ask.
I wouldn't ask about the families, but I'm in the queue, but I don't know if I'm next or what.
I don't have you in the queue, Councilman Ackerson. Okay. So Councilman Hawkins and then Councilman Ackerson. And then Councilman.
Thank you. And this is to my colleague, Councilman Symes. Is there any way, I do remember Aaron saying something about that Shirley's Way pay like $300,000 in taxes. I think that they're a nonprofit that can take this role on and maybe we can give back to them. I think that, you think maybe we can reach out to them to see if they can lead this initiative?
If I may, thank you, Councilwoman. I'm in talks with Shirley's Way. I'm in talk with a developer that builds tiny homes, modular homes. We're looking at that, but these folks are getting ready to get kicked out next month. They have to go, and I don't know where we're going to take them. So, but we're going to fight for them.
Thank you. Councilman Ackerson?
Thank you, Mr. President. This wasn't on my radar. Nobody put this on my radar about tonight. And so, I apologize. I'm sort of in the dark. But is this a zoning change or we're approving this zoning change, or have we already approved the zoning change that is causing these people to be displaced? Can someone, first of all, answer that question for me?
Yeah, I believe the answer with Councilman Ackerson is the Planning Commission has approved the zoning change to the property where these trailers are located. And as part of that zoning change, they are offering this moving incentive. But otherwise, they will be displaced through the zoning change regardless.
But the zoning changes, does it require our approval?
It requires our approval or alternative findings of fact.
That's what I'm getting at here. Earlier tonight, we had a zoning change, was about traffic and how it might affect people living in an area based upon traffic. And this body, members of this body, took time to come up with alternative findings of fact to defeat that zoning change. And I'm hearing a lot of passionate talk tonight. But that passionate talk has not led to anyone having alternative findings of fact that would allow us to defeat this zoning change and end this. And that's, you're shaking your head. I'm just trying to, it's a zoning change. So if we don't change the zoning, they're still going to displace everyone? That's what you're saying? Well, they're getting the money because they're being forced out. If we don't change the zoning, then there's no need for the displacement.
But they can evict
What's that?
them.
Yeah, so, Mike, I know we've got kind of several discussions, and maybe, Travis, you can speak to this. Maybe the question is, could they still be evicted if we don't approve the zoning change?
Sure.
Right? And then they get nothing.
They could be evicted if we don't approve the zoning change. I get that. They're tenants. They could always be evicted when the lease is up. But the question is, if you're the landlord and you can't rezone the property, then why evict people? Because if you can't rezone the property and build a warehouse, now you're left with saying, well, then I'm better off keeping my renters, so I'm making a profit here. Is that not the case? Either way, these folks were going to go? That's what I'm hearing?
Travis, could you answer the legal?
I can. Can I give just a tiny bit of context from the Planning Commission meeting?
Yes.
Because the Planning Commission really wrestled with the same question. So this property applied for a zoning change a couple of years ago. And the Planning Commission recommended, or they withdrew it after a rough hearing. And at that time, there were 90 plus, I believe, trailers. And so that's been whittled down to the 58 when this was happening. So the owner is already sort of in the process of getting people out / people are choosing to move because they sort of saw the writing on the wall. And so that process, assumedly, would continue until there were none left. And then at that point, the owner could come back and propose a zoning change with no tenants left, them having received no funding. And then, we wouldn't have this conversation because there'd be no one to displace any longer. And assumedly, the zoning change would be approved. It's right by the airport. I mean, everything else around it's industrial other than the one other trailer park. The point being, it's a gambit. Maybe he does decide if it's denied that he keeps the park open, but thus far it has been in the process of winding down. And that process may just continue until there's no one left. At that point, he could reapply.
Thank you, Travis. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Councilman Fowler.
Yes, can anyone answer how many of these trailers are owned by who lives in them, by the occupant? Do we know that?
There was a breakdown at the Planning Commission. I don't remember the exact number. I want to say it was roughly 2/3 were occupant-owned and 1/3 was rented. But I'll see if I can find those exact numbers.
Okay, thank you.
Wow.
Thank you. Councilman Rui?
Okay, thank you very much. First, quick question, because I was out and I need to know this. How many families are affected in this?
57.
57? Thank you. Okay, I will have to let my contact know. So I got a message from President Winkler, and he asked if we could contact Americana and see if they would be willing to administer funds to help support them as they get displaced. And I spoke with Emily Dyer there, by the way, Americana that we just allocated money for. Now you know how useful they can be. She said that they would be able to do that. So I'll have to let her know how many families that is. And if we can allocate those funds tonight and it is legal, that is something that we can do. That's been suggested.
We've got the mid-year. Thank you, Councilman Rui. Councilman Batchan?
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a couple questions. Travis, my question is, and there's a two-part to this, what's the timeline on this? And there's a reason I'm asking that.
What do you mean by?
So where this has to pass? Is it has to pass today before we could?
Yeah, so the 29th is the 90-day, and our first substantive meeting is on the 30th. So it either needs to go out today, or we'd have to deal with it at the organizational
Travis,
meeting.
if I could interrupt and just clarify. We don't typically do this, but there is nothing that prevents us from taking up business at the organization. I mean, we've at least in my 6 years, we've done it one time. We had one ordinance carryover. So just to keep that in the back of your head, that if we can't hammer out a solution tonight, we could collectively agree that this is a topic we could take up January 6th. We would have to deal with it January 6th, but that is a regularly scheduled meeting. We are perfectly allowed to take up business in that meeting if we so chose. So I just want to clarify Travis's answer, Councilman Batchon.
Thank you. So with that being said, Travis, just the other day, I had a call from a fire department that was in contact by a school that one of the students realized, or the frisky at that school realized the parent was getting evicted, and we administered immediate emergency funding from the executive office to make sure that this family was taken care of, and the mother and the 5 children were put up in a residence immediately. It was heartfelt and a tearjerker, the whole 9. This is a situation that we are facing with folks who can't even speak English, and there has got to be something that we can do in our body and in this city that we can do. If we could hold this until the organizational meeting and they can still have the opportunity to get the funding, can we work on this in the organizational meeting while we work on the back end to get them the additional assistance they need to move these folks to where they need to go, or help them with the funding emergency wise? Collectively we can come up with a plan here. Is that something we can do? I mean, do I need to make a motion that we can work on this in the executive meeting, or?
Can we go through the queue, because there might be some other people that answer that question specifically.
Thank you.
Councilman Simon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A couple things I wanted to add. Some of these trailers are not movable. They've been there a while. And some of these trailers have been remodeled to the point, even the ones that are unmovable have been remodeled. What are we going to do about that? It's just a bad thing, and I'm hoping we can hash something out. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councilman Fowler.
Well, I don't understand what we can do. Other than maybe holding off until some answers can be made. But my question is, would the developer still give them the $6,000 towards a move if the trailer is not movable? Or if, Mayor Americana steps in to help? Is that going to mean that the developer's not going to give the money if they don't move it? They won't get, they only get $2,400?
So that is part of binding element 6, Part B. The $6,000 is for those who own their trailer and for those who cannot move the home that they own.
I
So
see.
if they cannot move it, they can still receive that funding. The $2,400 is for tenants who just rent both the trailer and the land.
I see. Okay. Thank you. It's a quandary.
Thank you. Councilman Reed, and then Madam Clerk, if you could please note that President Pro Tem McCraney has taken the chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I think I'm all for at least buying a little bit of time to see if we can come up with some creative solutions. So if January 6th is an option, if my math is correct, we need to come up with around $342,000. Then I think that's something that we should very strongly consider.
President Winkler.
Thank you. Councilman Reed, I think you just hit the nail on the head, right? And what I want to caution us about, because to me, I think we've got a two-step problem, right? Number one, just moving this to January 6th doesn't actually help solve the problem because we have no way of addressing the financial part if we wait till then, okay? However, we've got good news because in 6 or 7 items, we have a $16 million mid-year adjustment that we're going to be dealing with. And so I might suggest that if this is an issue that we're passionate about, I've talked to Beth. ultimately the question of whether we allocate money to the Americana Center to administer, to help these people is a question of public purpose, which we decide if it is a public purpose, okay? And so we certainly can punt this till January. We will not have an opportunity to introduce any sort of new legislation between now and then to address the funding piece. So punting it by itself doesn't solve that. It maybe gives us some more time to negotiate with a developer or do something else, but it wouldn't address the funding piece because we couldn't introduce any new legislation to fund anything, right? So I might encourage us to consider either A, tabling this issue to the end of the meeting, okay, and going through the mid-year adjustment and seeing if we find the political will to find some money. And if we do, then we can pass it at the end of the meeting, or still wait till January. But this isn't an issue we have to decide in the next 3 minutes. I mean, we probably need to decide it tonight. But we might want to go through the mid-year first and see if we've got the will and the interest in doing something there. Thank you, Madam President Pro Tem.
Are you?
No. Yeah, probably. Yeah.
Can,
Councilman Owen.
did President Winkler make that in the form of an amendment, or was that just a suggestion?
Sorry. That was for discussion and consideration of a possible, there's maybe some other work happening too. What I would like to do is make a motion to table this, specifically though, not to table it till some other date, table it and let's come back to it at sort of at the last item of old business. So hopefully somebody will say, thank you.
It's been moved and seconded to table to the end of the meeting. Is there any discussion?
Can't discuss.
No?
Not discussing.
All those in favor? That's
Aye.
right. Aye. The item is tabled. On the next.
And an ordinance relating to the zoning of property located at 4206 Taylor Boulevard containing approximately 0.1645 acres and being in Louisville Metro, case number 24 zone 0082.
Motion approved.
Point of order, Madam President.
The ordinance is before us. Is there any discussion? Councilwoman Flood. Point of order.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just had a really quick question from what we tabled before. So do we have, and maybe it's, could we ask the county attorney, and maybe it was mentioned, I didn't notice, like the zoning thing has to happen because it's on a timeline, but is the plan for them to immediately evict those people? Is there something in the plan about when that eviction is going to happen? Like maybe the funding isn't as present, it's not as much of a, I mean, if they're not evicting them for 3 months, 6 months, or whatever, then we don't have to decide that tonight, what funding amount we need.
Can you answer that, County Attorney?
I can. So binding element 6 lays out a timeline. At minimum, there is a 14-day notice of a meeting, and the closure cannot occur earlier than 30 days after that meeting. So there's roughly, a month and a half.
Okay.
At minimum, but they could wait longer.
Okay. So in terms of the funding that we're talking about for Americana or whoever, you have at least 45 days before you need that. 45 days from the time that, from the time it passes.
This has been tabled to the end of the meeting, so we can discuss that at that time, okay? We
Gotcha.
have a
Thank you.
motion before us.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded.
Okay.
Is there any discussion? This is on the 4206 Taylor Boulevard zoning. Councilwoman Flood.
Thank you for clarifying it because it was showing item number 82, but it's actually supposed to be item number, it's fixed now. Okay, thank you. Item number 81 is a change in zoning from R7 to C2. Property is adjacent to the south side of Samuel's Collision Repair and will be used the area for automobile storage. Binding element number 7 specifies that no more than 4 junk, wrecked, or inoperable automobiles or vehicles shall be stored or kept or sold at the site at one time. And this is in Councilwoman Chappell's district. If you would recognize her, please.
Councilwoman Chapel.
Thank you. This is very straightforward. It's a parking lot. It's going to remain a parking lot. I think this is just cleaning up the zoning, so I ask for your approval, please.
Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, this is an ordinance requiring a roll call vote. Will the clerk please open the voting?
Councilwoman Purvis? Okay, Councilman Syme? Yes, sir. Council President? Councilman Cheney, okay. Madam President Pro Tem, you have 19 yes votes.
Madam Clerk, I'm a yes vote on this one as well.
Okay,
please.
so let's
Thank
make that 20 yes votes, sir. Mr. President?
Thank you. The ordinance is adopted. Madam Clerk, reading of item 82.
An ordinance relating to the zoning of property located at 2100 West Jefferson Street containing approximately 0.41 acres and being a Louisville Metro case number 24 zone 0090.
Can I get a motion and second? Motion by Councilman Engel. Can I get a second?
Second.
Second by Councilman Flood. Councilman Flood, for the last time,
Well, no.
Councilman Flood,
Yes,
can you
for
talk
the
to
last
us about
time,
the,
Mr.
this
Chair,
is the
and
last zoning item
Last.
ever.
Changes, well, we are going to reconsider that other item, so.
Yeah, but I'm not going to have you introduce it, so.
Yeah.
This will be the last one you introduce.
A change in zoning from R6 multifamily residential to R7 multifamily. This would allow a 3-story modular structure to accommodate 9 residential units instead of the current zoning. It only allows a maximum of 7 units, so it'll be 2 more units of housing for the area. And this is in Councilman Ja'Cory Arthur's district, if you would recognize him.
Councilman Arthur?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Y'all did? That's a lot of people. Yeah. That ain't cool. We are.
We're ready to vote.
Right, they shouldn't be, they should be.
Sorry,
down
Madam
there.
Clerk, can you please open the voting?
Sure.
Voting's open. Councilman Baker, did you want to vote, sir? Sorry. Thank you. Councilman Arthur, did you want to vote, sir? Thank you. Okay. Councilwoman Parker, did you want to vote, ma'am? She's good. Did you want to vote before I close this, ma'am? Oh, thank you. Mr. President, you have 20 yes votes.
Thank you. The ordinance is adopted. Madam Clerk, a reading of item 83.
A resolution authorizing the mayor on behalf of the government, of Metro government, to accept the donation of a conservation easement on property owned by Rodney D. Paul and Nancy M. Paul as trustees of the Paul Living Trust located at 15205 Brush Run Road in Jefferson County, Kentucky, as amended, read in full.
Motion.
Moved by Councilman Parrish Wright, second by Councilman Rui. Is there any discussion? Councilman Fowler.
Yes, so this is a conservation easement, and this was passed out of Parks and Sustainability by unanimous vote. I feel like that it's a good thing and very interesting. We had two of those. One did go to consent, so I appreciate your support.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion?
I think it was on old business because of amendment on some, yeah.
Thank you. This is a resolution allowing, if there's no further discussion, this is a resolution allowing for a voice vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. Madam Clerk, a reading of item 85.
Okay. An ordinance amending ordinance number 84, Series 2022, ordinance number 080, Series 2023, and ordinance number 101, Series 2024, relating to the fiscal year 2022, 2023, fiscal year 2023, 2024, and fiscal year 2024, 2025 capital budgets respectively, and ordinance number 134, Series 2022, by transferring $709,850 between Farnsley, Mormon projects and changing District 14 capital project titles, amended by substitution. Read in full.
Second.
Properly moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Councilwoman Fowler.
Yes, so this is just some cleanup on some pots of money that I needed to allocate, and there was an amendment by substitution and cleaned up some language in the Parks Sun Valley improvements pot of money as well. So I appreciate your support.
Okay. Thank you. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, this is an ordinance requiring a roll call vote. Madam Clerk, please open the roll.
Mr. President, you have 23 yes votes.
Thank you. The ordinance is adopted.
Mr. Chair, point of privilege.
Yes.
I would like to go ahead and vote on 84, Dion Templeton, to make a motion to vote on her as we deal with the other ordinance stuff separate.
So you want to make a motion to, because it's currently tabled, you want to make a motion to untable?
To untable, yes.
Second.
Okay, properly moved and seconded. To untable, all those in favor?
Oh, I'm going to abstain from the vote, yes.
Okay.
I'm not going to second the motion then, but I will speak to it as the chair and then hand it over.
Okay, properly moved and seconded. All those in favor of untabling, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Item 84 is before us. Is there any discussion? Councilman Ackerson.
Yes, folks, you may recall this was a vote that was tabled previously. It deals with the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. This is an individual who's being appointed to the board, who's made it clear they intend to seek funds from the board. At our last government accountability meeting, we had a speaker come to us and sort of explain the way the process works, the number of appointments, one of those appointments being someone from the Affordable Housing Development. Additionally, our ordinance specifies that there should be one of those people appointed to the board. Our ordinance has laid out what would be the conflict of interest. So the concern here is that people think that there's a conflict of interest, and I would agree with them, where the board members could potentially get money from the board that they serve on. That is a problem, as I see it. Some of you may not. That's something to be debated. But it is, I believe, an easy fix in the sense, for those of us who believe it is a problem, we just need to bring that ordinance back before us and amend it to either, one, remove that required position, and then also clear up the language related to conflict of interest, making it clear that they cannot, in their bylaws, allow members to borrow. So, where we're at right now is on this appointment. You know, it's
That's it.
a catch-22 situation. Is do we proceed forward and then move to amend later in the year, in a couple months from now? Or do we hold this up with the attitude of amend and then pass this? Either way, I think that this woman is deserving to be on this board. She would be good for this board. And so it's one of those, Red Ryder BB guns. They tell us we're going to shoot our eye out. You'll shoot your eye out. I don't know if we will or won't. It's a you say potato, I say potato. So either vote really doesn't matter. We'll either fix it quickly and roll the dice, or we'll hold it up and then fix it and put this woman on the board. It's this body's shot. I'm going to abstain from this vote, and I hand the floor over to anyone else who might want to speak to this.
Oh, thank you.
Councilman Pierce, right?
Oh, you're first.
Yeah, I was just going to say that there's been a lot of mixed emotions in appointing this lady to the board, and the reason is because she is a developer who admitted that she would be seeking funding from the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, and so I perceive that as a conflict. I do think that some of the bylaws and policies need to be fixed and need to reflect that as a board member, they are not eligible for funding. I know that we talked about looking at that in the future, but she's not the only person that has been a board member that has been a recipient, and I just don't think that's right. So I think we definitely need to do all we can to fix that. I was hoping that we could let it stay tabled until we fix that and then move forward putting her on the board, because I think with her experience in housing, I think she would be an asset to the board. But again, I don't want anyone to join the board with the intentions of benefiting from being on the board at all. So those are my comments on that.
Okay. Thank you. Councilwoman Pierce-Wright.
And I definitely respect all of that. My issue is being on the Government Accountability Committee. We haven't seen everyone ask the same questions and put through the same level of scrutiny. And we don't know the intentions of everyone. Everyone gives us their reasoning. I think that puts us in a catch-22. But if moving forward with the appointment, to me, should be separate from the issues we need to fix with the ordinance. I'm down to fix what we need with the ordinance. I'm pushing forward to this because it's of the process that Ms. Templeton has gone through hasn't been the same across the board for all the other appointees. And so that's why I'm doing that, and I think that this is something that we don't need to hold over and we can fix later.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion? Councilman Reed?
Thank you, Mr. President. In my view, and I understand what Councilwoman Parrish-Wright is saying, in my view, two wrongs don't make a right. And if we've done this in the past and we did not fix the ordinance, then shame on us. I just, in good conscience, couldn't put somebody on a board that could stand to benefit financially because of being on the board, even if that's not their intent. So I'm more for tabling, let's fix the ordinance, and then make a decision, because obviously the lady's very, very qualified, but I would not want to put her in a position where there's any sort of perceived conflict of interest. I don't think that's good for anyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that a motion, Councilman Reed?
I second
So
that.
motion to table, second by Councilwoman Purvis. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. That was 84. Madam Clerk, I believe we are now on item 87.
Yes, sir. An ordinance authorizing year-end operating budget transfers between various agencies for fiscal year 2023-2024 and to provide various transfers as detailed herein as amended, read in full.
Could I get a motion by Councilman Baker, second by Councilman Fowler? Is there any discussion? Councilman Blackwell.
Thank you, Mr. President. So this was the work that we did together to move the end of the year adjustments. And we do have some amendments that need to take place. And so I'm going to move 4 amendments and hoping to get a second when I read these. So we will need District 6 is reducing the allocation to One West Corporation from $40,000 to $37,144 and allocating $2,856 to the District 6 NDF account. District 8 is allocating $9,077 to Hope Bus, $23,346 to Jefferson County Cooperative Office, and allocating $21,000 to District 8 NDF account. District 9 is allocating $5,000 to Hope Bus and reducing the original allocation to the District 9 NDF by $5,000. And District 15 is allocating $2,500 to Hope Bus and reducing the original allocation to District 15 NDF by $2,500. That's a motion. Looking for a second.
Okay. The amendment has been moved. Is there what? I'm sorry, Sonia?
Second?
Yeah. Thank you. Properly moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. Is there any other discussion on the ordinance? I think there might be in just a moment. One moment.
Are y'all doing an amendment? Are you adding to the amendment? Oh. So we're just waiting. We're just moving this for now. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Right. Yeah. It's good.
Disable and terminal one.
Okay, seeing no one else in queue, this is an ordinance requiring a roll call vote. Madam Clerk, please open the voting.
Mr. President, you have 25 yes votes.
Thank you. The ordinance is adopted. Madam Clerk, a reading of item 88.
An ordinance amending ordinance number 080, Series 2023, and ordinance numbers 101, Series 2024, relating to the fiscal year 2023-2024 and fiscal year 2024-2025 capital budgets, respectively, by transferring $144,039.01 to District 12 Sylvania Reimaging Project Amendment by substitution. Read in full.
Motion approved. Second.
Properly moved and seconded. Motion by Councilman Baker, second by Councilwoman Fowler. Is there any discussion? Councilman Blackwell.
Thank you, Mr. President. So this is a few earlier, we talked about the Southwest Stream Team and their role in Sylvania Park. And this is this money is actually being added to what we already had in the budget for the Park Alliance to do the community work is what we had in the budget originally, adding to that. We also had to change the language because it's going to also add enough money that they'll both be able to do the re-imaging as well as some initial investments, some initial projects. So that's why the language changed, and that's why it's on old business. So I appreciate a yes vote.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, this is an ordinance requiring a roll call vote. Madam Clerk, please open the voting. Okay.
Mr. President, you have 25 yes votes.
Thank you. The ordinance is adopted. Councilman Kramer, you have a point of privilege.
I was going to wait until we brought back up the.
We're done.
Are we
There's
there?
nothing else.
I'm sorry?
There's nothing else on the agenda.
This is it then. Okay, then yes. There was conversation about moving the discussion about the zoning change to the end of the committee meeting, or council meeting, then bring it back up. It is currently tabled. I would recommend, I don't think I have to make a motion because it's currently tabled. I would recommend we simply leave it tabled as we did, and that at the organizational meeting on January 6th, we will have time between now and then to really get our head around what exactly we're talking about. If it's possible to do a separate finding of fact, if a separate finding of fact would actually benefit the folks who live there, if that separate finding of fact wouldn't help, it gives us a chance to figure out what possible opportunities we may have to work out with the developer to see if we can find something. I know to your point earlier, Mr. President, we don't normally do work on that January 6th, but we have in the past. And for something like this, we know exactly what it is that we need to get done between now and then. I'm not saying we can't have another protracted debate, but my hope would be that between now and then, we will nail down what needs to happen, and it should be hopefully a fairly quick vote. So I would just suggest leave it where it is, and we'll take it up on January 6th.
There's no second. There's nothing to do. So thank you, Councilman Kramer. Colleagues, that concludes old business. The next item is new business. It concludes our council year. I want to thank you, each and every one of you, for your work this year. Wish you all a safe and happy holiday season, a Merry Christmas, a Happy New Year. To the 7 of you that are leaving us tonight, or you're still here for another 2 weeks, but I want to thank you for your years of service. Really will be, like I said earlier, really a loss to the city, but wish you all the best in your next endeavors. So thank you all so much. As you leave chambers, please do so quietly so the clerk may read new business. I would ask those council members that wish to make announcements, please remain in the chambers and request to speak on your system under announcements. New business comprises items 90 through 95. Will the clerk please read those items and their assignments to a committee?
The following legislation was assigned to the Planning and Zoning Committee. Item 90, an ordinance relating to the zoning properties located at 703, 707, 709, 711, 727, 731, and 747 East Jefferson Street, 218, 220 South Shelby Street, 223, 225, 227 South Clay Street, containing approximately 2.45 acres and being in Louisville Metro, case number 24 zone 004. Item 91, an ordinance relating to the zoning property located at 7203 East Manslick Road, containing approximately 6.77 acres and being in Louisville Metro, case number 24 zone 0079. Item 92, an ordinance relating to the zoning properties located at 6703 and 6705 Rocky Lane, 6707 Buell Church Road, containing approximately 1.24 acres and being in Louisville Metro, case number 24 zone 0081. Item 93, an ordinance relating to the zoning properties located at 11800 and 11806 East Oral Road, containing approximately 1.64 acres and being in Louisville Metro, case number 24 zone 0100. Item 94, an ordinance relating to the zoning properties located at 6101, 6107 Southside Drive, 101 through 111 Steeley Drive, and 6312 Kenjoy Drive, containing approximately 11.78 acres and being in Louisville Metro, case number 24 zone 0101. Item 95, an ordinance relating to the zoning property located at 120 North 42nd Street containing approximately 0.12 acres and being a Louisville Metro case number 24 zone 0109. Read in full.
Thank you. Any announcements? Next, we have announcements. Any announcements? Seeing none. That concludes our meeting. Our next meeting is the organizational meeting scheduled for Monday, January 6, 2024 at 4 p.m. Colleagues, again, Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, Happy Holidays. Thank you all for your work this year. Be safe, be merry. With no further business to discuss, without objection, we stand adjourned.
Calls and countless reviews of documents. Thank you for ignoring the noise and taking the time to get this 242-page agreement right for our city, our people, and our future. I'd like to particularly thank the leaders of our negotiating team, Chief Humphrey and Deputy Chief Emily McKinley from LMPD, our lead attorney on this matter, my Deputy General Counsel, Megan Metcalf, along with my General Counsel and Chief of